From the CSI Softball Complex on the campus of the College of Staten Island, CSI Sportsnet presents NCAA Division II softball coverage live on the ECC network. In today's conference matchup, the Molloy University Lions take on the College of Staten Island Dolphins. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joe Foreman, alongside my broadcast partner, Andrew Rotundo. And Andrew, the Dolphins come in after a few days off following a very busy week last week. The Dolphins look to pick up a win, maybe two, in conference play. They are 3-7 against the ECC. They take on a Molloy team that is 8-1 in conference play.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be some test for the Dolphins. As you said, a busy week last week. If I'm not mistaken, 8 games in the span of about 5 days. And the Dolphins, you know, they're going to want to come away with a win, especially with this nice weather today. This is the nicest day I think we've had here at the CSI Softball Park.
No question about that, Andrew. We have covered games in some very cold weather this season. The Dolphins hope that their bats heat up today against the Molloy team that pitched very well against the Dolphins last time these two sides faced one another. When the Dolphins faced the Lions earlier this season, those two games ended with the Dolphins scoring no runs in the first game and only 2 runs in Game 2. The Dolphins hope to do a bit better than that against Molloy pitching here today.
Yeah, absolutely, and the pitching's going to be a big test as, you know, they only have 3 pitchers. It's impressive that they only have 3 pitchers here on the roster, but all 3 of them very impressive. Messiah's 2.24 ERA. You have King with a 3.15 ERA, and even Musa with a 3.53 ERA. And Messiah's with an 8-2 record, and King with a 9-7 record. So some very strong pitching coming from Molloy, but also Dolphins bats. We've seen them heat up. We've seen what they can do, and they're going to look to do that today.
No question about it, Andrew. At the plate, Mariah Carcano and Alyssa Acosta, the Dolphins' leading hitters. The Dolphins are without Acosta today. Eileen Balderas, Amelia Funston, Anissa Acosta will be in the lineup today. They're also hovering around the 300 mark in batting on the season. Acosta remains among the conference leaders in RBIs as well. The Dolphins certainly will be looking to her. They could also be looking to her in the circle as well. Anissa pitched very well her last time out. The Dolphins pitched 4 different pitchers in a starting role last week. We'll take a look at who it is going to be in the circle for Game 1 shortly. But Madison Edwards, Alexandra Frenza, Anissa Acosta, Alexis Miramontes all got starts for the Dolphins in that very busy week last week.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially that last game that they played, allowing only just that 1 run, bouncing back after losing that first game of the doubleheader, 10-6 against Goldie Beacom. And they really bounced back with that pitching from Acosta, only giving up the 1 run in that game, the Dolphins, and they won that 5-1, and they're going to look to continue that success here into today's doubleheader against a very strong Molloy team.
Well, last time Alexis Miramontes faced the Lions, she had one of her best outings of the season, allowing just 1 run in 5 1/3. Tough luck loser in that game. She's had several losses where she allowed 2 runs or less this year. The Dolphins lost 1-0 in the season opener against the Lions earlier this season. In Game 2, the Lions erupted for 15 runs. You know the Dolphins hope to do better than that in the circle here this afternoon. As for Molloy, they come in led in batting by a pair of .333 hitters. Carson Eaton, Emily McGurk leading the Lions in batting at .333. Steph Conrad also is hitting above 300 for a Molloy team that comes in hitting about .282 as a unit. Conrad has also been very active on the bases this year, stealing 23 bases in 26 tries. You know the Dolphins will have to keep an eye on her and look to manage that Molloy running game here today.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've seen it been a problem for the Dolphins this season, and they're going to look to contain, as you said, the bases, as Molloy has some strong runners on the base pass and some very strong offensive plate appearances. You have Alex Burns with 8 home runs on the season. You have Akemi Poyer with 3 home runs on the season. Burns with 32 runs batted in, and you have Eaton also with 15 runs batted in. So all around, very strong team offensively.
And you mentioned the prowess of the Lions in the circle as well. They come in with a team ERA around about 3 runs per game, just a bit below that. Opponents come in allowing just over 3 runs per game against Molloy. So this is a team that is very accustomed to playing low-scoring games, and the Dolphins have excelled in those types of games when we've seen very high run totals. Those are games where the Dolphin bats have needed to step up, and we saw them do that at times earlier this season. They couldn't get it done against Goldie Beacom in Game 1 last week. The Dolphins had a 6-1 lead in that game, ultimately fell 10-6. So the Dolphins, when they've been in games where they've given up a lot of runs, of course those games have typically been a problem. Not surprising when you give up a lot of runs. That's probably something you can't afford to do against the Lions here today.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we've mentioned already how strong the Lions' bats are coming into today, and they have 21 wins on the season. And that's a big due in part to the bats. And so the Dolphins are really going to look to their pitching to match their pitching. And I think it's going to be, if the pitching can show up for the Dolphins, I think it's going to be quite low scoring and pretty close.
This game also has big implications in the East Coast Conference playoffs. As I'd be remiss if I didn't welcome our viewers into the McDonald's pregame show. We have to, of course, give a shout out to our great scoreboard sponsor. McDonald's has sponsored our pregame show all season long, and we're just moments away from the introduction of starting lineups and the playing of the national anthem. But before that, let's talk about what kind of playoff implications this game is going to have. The Dolphins, facing Molloy for the second time this year, are playing a team in conference play for the second time here today, for the first time this year. I know that was a bit convoluted, but Molloy is the first conference opponent the Dolphins have played twice this year. They get their second look at the Lions here today, but a pair of big games coming up later this week as well against Deauville. The Dolphins have already beaten the Saints twice and can clinch the season series over Deauville with a win on Friday. The Dolphins would have to win both games here today to have a chance at any tiebreaker with Molloy, but with the Lions 8-1 against the conference, that is a tough ask for this Dolphins team. They'd love to head into that series with Deauville later in the week with some momentum. Good opportunity to pick up some of that here today.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we just keep mentioning Molloy is a strong team, and this is going to be a strong matchup. Like you said, second time this season that the Dolphins get a look at this team, so that could be very beneficial for them.
Starting lineups are being introduced, and the national anthem will be played shortly. Andrew and I will not try and talk over Nick Pavona, our public address announcer. So instead, we will send it to a commercial break. Once again, this has been the McDonald's pregame show. Coming up next here on CSI Sportsnet, the College of Staten Island takes on Molloy University in East Coast Conference play. This is NCAA Division II softball coverage on CSI Sportsnet, a proud part of the ECC network.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we are back from the CSI softball complex. Game 1 of 2 between the College of Staten Island and Molloy University coming up in just a few moments. Dolphins have taken the field, and we are just a couple of minutes away from getting started here at the CSI softball complex.
As we mentioned, Joe, one of the better days we've seen, probably the best day we've seen so far this season. Up over 70 degrees, very few clouds in the sky. And a great day for some ball.
No question about that. Steph Conrad will lead things off for the Lions against Alexis Miramontes. As I mentioned before, Miramontes had one of her best starts of the season against Molloy earlier this year. 5 1/3, 7 hits, 1 run, 3 strikeouts. She threw 83 pitches in that game. And Conrad is the first Lion she will face today. Conrad comes in hitting at .307 on the season. A dangerous base runner who looks to bunt. And I think she got a piece of it, but that's strike 1.
Well, a good start on her first pitch for Miramontes there. Gets the opening strike of the game and ahead quickly.
Comes the 0-1. That sails up and away. Miramontes on the season comes in with a 6.1 ERA, a record of 4-9 across 18 appearances, 16 starts. She has a complete game. As that slap to the left side, foul ball. Count now 1-2. In 57 1/3, Miramontes has allowed 92 hits, 56 runs, 50 of those earned. She's walked 29 and struck out 23. It's chopped to short. Balderas has it, and she throws to first for the first out of the game.
Big first out for the Dolphins as that's chopped on the ground. And that was handled by Balderas nicely over at short. She had to run on to grab that. The throw over to first gets the first out for the Dolphins.
Alex Burns will be the batter. As Andrew mentioned during the pregame, Burns has 8 home runs on the season. If you couldn't tell, the dust and the allergens in the air still a bit of a problem for me. So that pitch is taken for ball 1.
With the dirt blowing all around today with this wind, not surprised if that continues, Joe, unfortunately.
Had to tap out last week as that's taken for ball 2. 2 words, Andrew. Do you know what those are?
At the moment, no.
Press box. Comes the 2-0, and that's it toward the middle, deflected by Miramontes. Balderas throws to first in time.
Dolphins, great job to get 2 up and 2 down here in this opening inning. Once again, it's Balderas over at short having to make a play. This one a little bit difficult, a little bit more difficult than the first one. Bobbles in the dirt a little bit, but a good throw over to first. Just gets the runner in time. 2 up, 2 down for Molloy.
Nicely done by Balderas to stay with that ball. That's taken for ball 1. Carson Eaton at the plate. Comes in hitting an even .333, 34 of 102. Second on Molloy in hits, second in doubles. She fouls that one away. Most of the Lions with an on-base percentage well above the 300 mark. They've drawn 63 walks as a team this year. That's in for a called strike 2.
Great spot by Miramontes, and she's 1 strike away from getting out of this opening inning very quickly. 1-2-3.
Here comes the 1-2 pitch. That's upstairs. Dolphin pitching does not strike out many batters. Getting ahead in the count, putting hitters away, has been problematic as that's lined through the left side past the diving Balderas for a 2-out hit.
And she got all of that as that was ripped right past shortstop. Balderas diving down in the dirt, out of the reach of her, and Molloy gets their first hit of the game here with 2 outs in the top of the first.
That ball was hit hard. First base runner of the game for Molloy. That pitch is in for a called strike. Kemi Poyer at the plate. Comes in hitting .288. Second on the team with 3 home runs. And that swung on and missed for strike 2.
Well, Miramontes has done a great job so far in this opening inning, finding her spots in the zone.
Once again, Miramontes has a 2-strike count. And the 0-2 misses outside. One and 2 on its way. And Poyer just got a piece.
Just tipped that behind. She stays alive at 1 and 2. Miramontes yet again 1 strike away, getting out of this inning here.
Strikeout pitch for Miramontes has typically been the off-speed stuff. That misses outside. I mentioned the Lions steal a lot of bases, 67 on the year. Eaton not one of those base runners who has stolen many bases, just 3 of 3. And there's a swing and a miss on the off-speed stuff for strike 3, but the Dolphins can't complete the putout at first. That is strike 3 regardless. Now, I always thought with first base occupied and 2 outs, you could advance. Less than 2 outs, you cannot. There's a discussion going on about it right now, and the umpires may talk about this. So hold on. Discussion was a short one. We won't be able to hear much of what's being said, but Susan Cassidy-Like is still discussing it with the home plate umpire. I'm not sure exactly what the call was.
Well, I don't think that the ball was in the dirt. I think they were saying that Mayer did catch it.
Okay.
That was the argument.
Well, that'll do it for the Lions in the first inning, and we'll take a 30-second break and come right back.
NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student-athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student-athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student-athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
And we are back from the CSI softball complex. Bottom half of the first inning about to get started. Mariah Carcano will lead things off for CSI. She's been the team's leading hitter just about all season. Has hit leadoff nearly the entire season as well. In the circle from Molloy is Amanda King. King leads the Lions in innings pitched, in batting average against, in wins, and in starts. And Carcano looks at a strike. King got the win in Game 1 last time Molloy faced off against CSI. 7 shutout innings, 4 hits, 4 strikeouts, just 1 walk. It took her only 84 pitches to pick up the win.
Impressive stuff.
Carcano looks at a ball. See if the Dolphins are a bit more patient today. You have to remember, too, softball games, just 7 innings, so 84, not as low of a pitch total as you'd expect in a baseball game for a 7-inning outing. Comes the 1-1. That's fouled away. One ball and 2 strikes to count on Carcano. Pitch calls coming from the Molloy dugout. As that's chopped right back to the circle. King throws to first, and there's one away.
Easily handled by King as that was hit right back on the ground to her, and that'll bring up Acosta to the plate.
Acosta has steadily been climbing the ranks in batting for the Dolphins this year. I'm not sure she's been over 300 at any point yet, but she's getting there. Comes in hitting 270. She leads the Dolphins in slugging and doubles, RBIs, and home runs. First pitch is in for a strike.
We've seen that 1-2 punch, very dangerous this season with Carcano and Acosta to start the order for the Dolphins.
When Carcano is able to get on, you immediately have a chance in an RBI spot with Acosta on deck. That's hit hard into right field for a base hit. Throw goes to first. It's way offline, but it's backed up behind the plate, and Acosta is forced to hold with a single.
Well, that was gotten all of there by Acosta. She rips that right into right for the Dolphins' first hit of the game, and now that brings up Balderas, who's had a hot bat recently. And let's see how the Dolphins can continue with this.
That was a good play behind the plate in that spot by Ducharme. That may have saved a base, and I think it sure did, as Eileen Balderas looks to strike. Whether or not Acosta could have taken second would have come down to if she was pulling up and had already ran through first base, and by how much. 0-1 the count on Balderas. There's a big swing and a miss.
King getting ahead quickly here, Joe. 2 quick strikes. That was a big cut there by Balderas for strike 2.
Now, I mentioned before, the pitch calls are coming in from the Molloy dugout. When the pitch calls come from the dugout, the game has a completely different pace to it. Comes the 0-2, and that's swung on and missed for strike 3. They throw behind Acosta at first, but she's back in safely, and there are 2 away.
Well, King bounces back there with that strikeout after giving up the first hit of the game to Acosta. She gets Balderas to swing and miss, and that's out number 2, and that brings up Liz Moore, and this will be at bat number 100 on the season for Liz Moore.
Through her first 99 plate appearances, is hitting 192. That's fouled back. Acosta, the runner over at first, 2 away in the home first inning. Both teams with 1 hit here in inning number 1. Comes the 0-1. That's chopped to third, handled on the hop, and the throw goes to first in time as Moore is retired for the 3rd out of the inning. 1 base hit and 1 stranded for the Dolphins in the home first. No score through 1 from the CSI Softball Complex.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. events feature food and drink specials, live music, and the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we're back for the top half of the second inning. And the first pitch is in for a called strike to May Savage. Now, we're seated very close to home plate. We can see these things because we're so close. Good show of sportsmanship by the Dolphins in between innings. Head coach of the Lions, Susan Cassidy-Like, was still in the dugout. And Tracy Garofalo called timeout in order to avoid Molloy being assessed a timing violation. And head coach Cassidy-Like was able to take her spot in the third base coaching box.
Yeah, I like that sportsmanship at the end of the day.
That's chopped to short. Balderas has it, throw to first in time. And Savage is quickly retired for the first out.
Once again, Miramontes making quick work. Gets the first out quickly as she got ahead quickly in the count. And it pays off for the first out of the inning.
Well, there's not many teams that are looking on their schedule and saying, we look forward to facing Molloy, but Miramontes pitched very well against the Lions last time. He's had a couple of rough outings over the last week. Got rest against Goldie Beacom, only pitched, I believe, an inning or so against the Lightning on Friday. And you have to think this Dolphins team really benefited from the few days off between last week's games against Goldie Beacom and today's games against Molloy. Two balls and one strike the count on Katie Hand. Hand comes in hitting .265, and she swings and misses at strike two.
Miramontes has done a great job so far to stay with it here in the count. She hasn't let any count really get away from her yet in this game.
Comes to 2-2, and that's lined toward right center field and over the glove of Acosta for a base hit.
That was a matter of inches, too, Joe. For a second, I thought she was going to leap up and make a grab. That was just over her glove. And Molloy gets the base hit, one on and one out here for the pitcher King.
That did not clear the Dolphins' second baseman by much. One out base runner for the Lions. Amanda King looks at a strike. King comes in hitting .286. On base percentage of .362. And that's it out toward right center, falling fast. That's a base hit. Throw toward second was cut off. And I thought for a moment that Hand might have a chance to make it to third. Picked up her head coach over there and stopped. If that throw's not cut off, there may have been a play at second.
Yeah, absolutely. She was quite off the bag there at second. She had to rush back and make the dive back in.
We'll get a look at that last play again after this next pitch. Molloy now with 3 hits. There's a swing and a miss for strike one. Here's a quick look at that last play. At the plate here is Sherilyn Ducharme. Now you see the big turn taken at second there by Hand. There you see the throw cut off as that's hit over to short. Balderas goes to third, and they get the lead runner.
Well, that was executed beautifully by the Dolphins as they get the lead runner over at third for the second out.
Now batting the shortstop, number 29, Emily McGurk.
Double play is hard to come by on the softball diamond, and I think that's the right play by Balderas. That's a called strike. Emily McGurk at the plate. Tied for the team lead in batting. Comes in third and slugging. And she takes out of the zone. Already 3 hits from Molloy. 2 on and 2 out in the top half of the second. Pitch from Miramontes hits McGurk in the numbers.
Yeah, and you heard the sound of the ball right off her back from here. Right in the numbers on the back, and the inning will continue.
Number 22, Steph Conrad.
And Conrad will have bases loaded here for Molloy.
Steph Conrad will be the batter. You'd have to think with the bases loaded and a force all around, the bunt is not in play, and Conrad lines it through the left side. It's bobbled, and that may have cost the Dolphins a run.
Yeah, absolutely, and Conrad wastes no time there, Joe, as she takes her first pitch and rips it right up the middle into center field. That brings home the first 2 runs of this game. Lions now with a 2-0 lead here in the top of the second.
The infield drawn in just a bit, and that probably allowed that ball to get through. It was hit hard, but Balderas was about 2 steps in from normal depth, and because of that, she didn't have a play. Conrad definitely makes you concerned about the bunt. Perhaps not as much with the bases loaded, but swinging there, she drives in a pair. Count 1 ball and 1 strike on Alex Burns. Burns 0 for 1. Grounded out her first time up. That's popped up. The catch is made by Noth over at first for the final out of the inning. But not before Molloy scores 2. They lead CSI 2-0, heading to the home second.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
And we are back from the College of Staten Island as Amelia Funston fouls back the first pitch of the home second inning. Dolphins surrender a pair in the top half of the inning. This time is called, giving King a chance to retie her shoe. Now, we thought perhaps during the previous half inning that the bobble in the outfield may have allowed a second run to come in. That was not the case. The runner was being waved home regardless. That run goes down as earned, as we checked it out a second time on replay. Oh, 0-1 the count on Funston. Pitch from King on its way, and that skips in. Well, I said it before. The pace of the game not quite the same when the pitch calls are coming from the dugout, and King is working very slowly. Here comes the 1-1. That's it out to left. And the catch is made on the move out there and left by Burns for the first out.
Yeah, on the move is right, Joe. She had to come in for that. She had to turn on the Jets to come grab that. No problem, though, for the first out of the Dolphins side of the second.
Natalia Noth will be the batter. And she looks at ball one. Noth has gotten a few starts over at first base this year. Anissa Acosta moved to second with that change. Without Alyssa Acosta in the lineup, Madison Edwards is in the outfield. It's a bit of a different look for the Dolphins today. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. Comes the 1-1. That's it out toward right center, and that's down for a base hit.
And a great base knock there, Joe, with 1 out in the inning, as that one falls in right center, shallow, in between all 3 of the second baseman, the center fielder, and the right fielder for the second base hit of this game for the Dolphins. And let's see what Whalen can do here with 1 on and 1 out.
Victoria Whalen will be the batter. That's swung on and missed for strike 1. And the 0-1 misses for a ball. King looks toward the dugout. I have to say, this may be about as much time as I've seen between pitches all year, as that's lined into right center for a base hit. Noth will stop at second, and Whalen is on with a single. Dolphins now have 2 on base.
Yeah, Whalen got all. She loads that right over the second baseman for another Dolphins base hit. And the Dolphins are in business here. Mayer at the plate with 2 on, only 1 out in the inning.
She said when she arrived on Sunday that
Rianne Mayer at the plate now with 2 on and just 1 out in the inning for the Dolphins. Whalen over at first as that's taken for a strike 1.
Oh, 0-1 the count on the Dolphins catcher. Back-to-back 1-out hits for CSI. Put 2 on base. Dolphins trailing by a run. Already 3 hits for CSI in the game. And Mayer takes low. Comes the 1-1. And that's hit sharply on the ground to second. Tough hop is booted. And Mayer is safe at first.
Tough hop is right as that one
Don't look at me, Lewis.
That one bounced right up into the face at second base there. Fortunate play for the Dolphins. They get bases loaded here with just 1 out. And here's Edwards at the plate.
The statistician was looking at me on that one. I saw it. That's a really tough hop, and she knocked it down. I might be inclined to give that a hit. Though, the pitcher in me can't even stomach that. We'll slow it down as there's a conference in the circle right now. Unfortunately, only I can see the replay. That's a really bad hop. If it's an error, it's a tough error. Madison Edwards will be the batter here with the bases loaded. Behind Edwards, it's back to the top of the order. Another chance at second. Throw comes home for one. Throw to first in time. 4-2-3 double play, and just like that, the inning is over. That play at second, far less consequential now as the Dolphins are turned aside in the home half of inning number 2. Molloy leads Staten Island 2-0.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor.
It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
Top of the third inning, getting underway from the CSI softball complex. Dolphins with a big opportunity in the last half inning, Andrew, but a very unconventional 4-2-3 double play ends the threat.
Yeah, Molloy pulled it off very nicely. That throw home. Dolphins had bases loaded with just one out, and all of a sudden the inning is over as Molloy makes a great play, the throw home, and then throw back to first for the double play to end the inning.
Comes the 1-0, and that's hit in the air out to right center. Hit well, but Carcano makes the catch on the run for the first out.
Nice job by Carcano out in center. As Carcano had to range back for that. No problem for her, and that's one quick out from Molloy here on their side of the third.
Eaton gave that one a ride out toward the gap. Good-looking swing there. Didn't get all of it. As she made a bid for a home run. Would have been her first of the year. Kemi Poyer is the batter, and she looks at a ball. Poyer struck out to end the top half of the first inning for Molloy. And the 1-0 catches the outside corner. Comes the 1-1, and that's ripped foul. Now our camera does have a view of the left field line. I do not. I'm in my own personal seat. We have a name for it around here. You want to share, Andrew?
The nylon throne.
We're not sure if it's made of nylon, but it really worked well. As that skips in for a ball.
Smooth.
We'll take it. We'll assume it's nylon. Has to say somewhere. One day we'll check. Shout out to Jeff Bernstein as that's chopped to short. Balderas handles, and the throw just beat Poyer for the second out. But Jeff is responsible for inspiring this choice of seating. I propose that we get a cast iron version of this chair cemented into the concrete behind home plate.
That'd be very nice.
Whoever is the SID godfather on a particular day can take a seat there, stat the game, or in my case, engineer and call the game. That's hit in the air out to left center. Carcano shields her eyes from the sun and makes the catch as May Savage is retired on one pitch. And the Lions go down 1-2-3 in the third. Molloy over Staten Island, 2-0, heading to the bottom half of inning number 3.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
Bottom of the third underway from the CSI softball complex. Top of the order for the Dolphins. And that's bunted by Carcano. King fields. The throw is offline. Carcano headed for second. Throw on its way. That is offline. And Carcano is safe.
Well, Carcano takes advantage there as she takes second on the off throw. She bunted that right back to the circle. King tried to barehand that, and I could see she was bobbling that on the barehand. The throw is offline. Carcano takes advantage. She moves up to second. Beautifully done there. Carcano in at second with nobody out here for Acosta.
Good effort by King. And if there's a good throw to second, Carcano is out. If the throw is online, she's out. But it would have taken a good throw from a tough spot, hurried. And Carcano, with the aggressive base running, is rewarded as Anissa Acosta looks at a strike. Acosta singled her last time up. Dolphins now with 5 hits. They're out hitting Molloy 5-4. Here comes the 0-1. That's line foul. But we said it before, if Carcano gets on to lead off a game, you're immediately presented with an RBI opportunity. Having Acosta at the plate, they get Carcano on to lead off and in scoring position to open the third. And now Acosta with a chance in an RBI spot.
She needs to be a little bit more patient here, already behind 0-2 in the count. Let's see how she can bounce back here in this at-bat against King.
Here comes the 0-2. And that misses away. Costa comes in with just 6 strikeouts on the year. Tough batter to strike out. Comes the 1-2. And that's it out to right. Hit well. And the catch is made on the run. That will advance Carcano to third. And there's now 1 away.
Well, the first out of the inning for the Dolphins. And at the very least, they move Carcano up to third. And that gives Balderas a big chance to get the Dolphins their first run of the game.
That's Emma Bachman out in right field. And if she takes a bad break on that ball, that's probably over her head. Nicely done defensively in the outfield corner. Acosta hit that ball hard the other way for the second time in this game. Now Eileen Balderas is the batter, and she looks at a strike. Lewis wants to say something. We'll say it after this at bat. They took the hit off the scoreboard. No way. No way. As Balderas swings and misses. She had to barehand the ball coming out of the circle and make a perfect throw falling backwards. There's no way that's not a hit. Whose decision was this?
That's not a hit.
Not his? Was it yours?
No.
Not you, Andrew. Lewis does have a headset, by the way. We'll unmute him after this at bat. Comes the 0-2. That's outside. Well, Lewis can tell Stephanie to change it back. There was no error on that play at all. As Balderas swings and misses for strike 3.
That's a big strikeout for King with Carcano standing over at third and only one out in the inning. And she goes after Balderas, swinging and missing for the second out of the inning.
Well, if Lou wants to interject here and explain what just happened, he can after this next pitch. That's chopped toward third. Throw goes to first in time. Moore retired on one pitch, and the Dolphins are turned aside in the bottom half of the third. We'll stay right here. And Lewis, explain to me what just happened.
So on that play, Joe, I could definitely agree with you on that one. That definitely was a hit. I think it does need a perfect throw, especially falling back on her to get that throw. I think they thought could have been an error maybe on the throw for her to advance to second base, but I think it's a hit all around. But
yeah, I guess you do have to give an error for the advance to second base. Though
I think that's where Nick, our PA today, and Steph, our scoreboard.
Works for me. We'll put that error up on the scoreboard. And we'll take a 30-second break. Thank you, Lewis. That is Louis Matrone, our statistician. Molloy is charged with an error for the throw over to first. Carcano keeps the hit, but the Dolphins failed to score. Now our scoreboard had CSI leading 2-0. That is an error. Molloy leads 2-0. So I apologize for that. We'll be right back for the top half of the fourth.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's will you.
Top of the fourth from the CSI softball complex. The Dolphins trail 2-0. We've had that correct the whole time in word, but our scoreboard did not reflect it. It now does, so I apologize for that. And quickly, Miramontes is behind 3-0 against Katie Hand. That's 4 straight balls to open up the fourth inning.
Not what Miramontes wanted to do there, obviously. 4 straight balls to open up the inning. And that's going to bring up the pitcher King, who is a tough at bat as well for Molloy.
Well, the error is off of our main scoreboard now. Where did it go? Let's get it back.
Let's put that back on there.
That pitch is in for a called strike to Amanda King. King getting the start in the circle for Molloy today. At the plate is 1 for 1, and she looks at a ball. King came to bat with a runner on in her last plate appearance as well. And that ball hit her. And no question, good call by the home plate umpire.
Fortunate play for the Dolphins as well, as that gets the first out of the inning.
The ball hit her, Lewis. That's the first out of the inning. That's funny. So, as I said before, we're very close. We can hear every interaction down on the field.
Yes, we can.
And over from the third base coaching box, Susan Cassidy-Like was asking if the home plate umpire needed any assistance on that call. But he was 100% sure, and he was 100% correct.
He was.
First pitch ball. Sherilyn Ducharme at the plate. Miramontes once again working from behind in the count, 1-0. And that's hit hard through the left side for a base hit. And just like that, the Lions have 2 on.
Molloy gets one back there as that one's ripped. Pass short into left field for another base hit. And they're in business here with 2 on and just 1 out in the inning. And that'll bring up McGurk.
McGurk was hit by a pitch her first time up. That loaded the bases and set up a 2 RBI hit for Steph Conrad as McGurk looks at a strike. This inning's shaping up a lot like the second. McGurk batting with 2 on and a base empty. That's fouled away.
This would be a big out here for Miramontes with just 1 away in the inning. She's already ahead 0-2 in the count here on McGurk as the top of the order coming for Molloy.
Here comes the 2-strike pitch. And that's it out to right, hit well. And that's over Whalen's head. It one-hops the fence. 1 run is in to score. Second runner being waved home. Throw to the plate, not in time. It's a 2 RBI triple for McGurk. And with that, Molloy takes a 4-2 lead.
And McGurk makes no mistake there. She absolutely drilled that one all the way over the head of Whalen into right, up against the wall, and that brings home 2 runs for Molloy. They extend the lead to 4-0.
McGurk hit that ball a long way into the right center field gap. Not many teams have power like that out of the number 9 spot in the order. McGurk comes up big there, doubles the line. Steph Conrad at the plate. He's quickly ahead 1-0. Conrad 1 for 2, a couple of RBIs. Drove in a pair her last time up. Shows bunt here. And that was, I believe, Now, it was offered at and missed. So the run scores.
Interesting.
I thought perhaps she got a piece of it.
I thought so too.
And that's past the glove of Acosta and into right field for a base hit. So that point is moot as Conrad singles.
The left fielder, number 3, Alex Burns.
And the Lions are now at 7 hits. Their lead is 5 runs. And at the plate will be Alex Burns. Dolphins are going to make a pitching change here. At least it appeared so. And they will, as Kelsey Strayer heads into the game. So as Strayer gets warm, we will step aside for a quick break. Molloy over Staten Island, 5-0 in the top half of the 4th inning.
Now coming into pitch.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
Molloy by 5 as we play on in the top half of the 4th inning. There's another bunt. It's a good one, and that's an infield hit. Alex Burns comes to the plate, immediately lays down a bunt, and that's a hitter who comes in with a team-leading .587 slugging percentage and 8 home runs.
Yeah, and it took just one pitch there from Strayer out of the bullpen to get on with that bump. That bunt was perfectly placed as that was a slow roller over to first. Definitely not in time for the Dolphins to make a play.
Well, you know the Dolphins came in with the Lions scouted. With the bases loaded and 2 out, the Dolphins played for a bunt with Conrad at the plate. Didn't get a look to see if the infield was in on that one, but Burns, a power hitter, lays down a bunt as well. And once again, the Lions have 2 on base. Very quickly, Carson Eaton is behind 0-2. Eaton 1 for 2 at the plate on the day. That sails up high. That is an all-time moment right there.
That was amazing.
I don't think I've ever seen such an emphatic call on a checked swing from the infield. That was a good one. So it probably didn't come over our headsets, but what just happened on that last checked swing by Eaton, the Dolphin dugout wanted it appealed to the infield umpire who was over at shortstop, and to make sure everybody could hear the call, the infield umpire emphatically exclaimed no, but very loud. And quite dramatically, I should add.
Sarcastically? Question mark?
Perhaps. We can ask in between games because the umpires switch positions. So that's a question we can ask. But it took quite a bit for me not to laugh there. That was quite funny. Lewis loves it. I know Nick loved it. I could see him exclaiming no. He did. Nick Pavone, our public address announcer, will join me on color commentary for Game 2. Once again, this is Joe Foreman alongside Andrew Rotundo on color. Louis Matrone on stats today. Stephanie Smallridge walking around the complex with the scoreboard as the antenna is no longer attached to it, creating some issues communicating with the scoreboard and left. Where did the antenna go? We're not sure.
I didn't know until now that Steph had to walk around like that physically with the scoreboard in her hands.
Yep.
That's incredible.
That pitch is high for ball 2. Kemi Poyer at the plate. Poyer's 0 for 2. She's ahead in the count here, 2-1. That's fouled back. Now, Andrew, you can just feel it. The cold weather is coming. It's very warm today, but Nick Pavona thought it would be okay to show up in shorts. He was wrong.
Yeah, I'd have to agree there. As we already see the sun now, of course, as soon as I say something, it's coming
That's
back
hit
out.
well to deep left, but there's room out there for Edwards to make the catch, and the side is retired. But not before the Lions score 3 times. They now have 8 base hits in the game, and they lead CSI 5-0.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor.
It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
And we're back from the CSI softball complex. Dolphins trail 5-0. CSI with 5 hits through the first 3 innings, yet to score. Hoping to change that here against Amanda King. That pitch skips in for a ball. Amelia Funston at the plate for CSI. She's 0 for 1. King gets the pitch from the dugout once again. Here comes the 1-0. That's hit sharply, but foul. Dolphins have swung the bats well in this game, but with runners on base, they've struggled to chase them home. Situational hitting, something I like to talk about a lot, specifically with less than 2 outs and a runner on third. Dolphins have had 1 chance in that spot in this game, and Eileen Balderas struck out as Funston takes ball 2. Two balls and 1 strike the count on the Dolphins' designated hitter. Five, 6, and 7 due up for the Dolphins here in the home 4th inning. That's hit sharply and through the middle for a base hit.
Well, a good battle there to open up the Dolphins side here of the 4th by Funston, and she rips that one right up the middle into the hole, into center field, and a leadoff runner for the Dolphins.
That will bring Natalia Noth to the plate. Noth is 1 for 1. Noth, Whalen, and Mayer all had hits in their first at-bats. They are batting in that order, due up for the Dolphins, behind Funston, who just reached. And Noth takes ball 1. Now, the question is, are they looking for the antenna on the ground right now? If it happened to turn up, that would be an all-time find. Now, I do believe up in the office we have a broken scoreboard panel with an antenna attached. So in between games, maybe we can go check.
The question is, how is that antenna removed from the scoreboard?
That's a good question, and that's beyond my pay grade. 2-0 the count on Natalia Noth. That's chopped foul. The question is, was that ball 3? I think it may have been. Two and 1 on the Dolphins' first baseman. Dolphins now with 6 hits in the game. That's fouled away. Two and 2 the count, and that misses for ball 3. That might be the first printed program request I've had in at least 2 years. Back in the day, we used to have printed game programs every game. Comes the 3-2. That's hit in the air, out to left center. And the catch is made by Conrad, and that's the first out.
Another good battle. That time it was Noth, but just couldn't get enough underneath it. That's the first out of the inning for the Dolphins. Funston over at first.
As I mentioned before, Whalen had a hit her first time up. Funston, the runner, over at first. Pitch on its way. And that misses for ball one. Whalen came into this game third on the Dolphins in slugging, despite only 48 at-bats. Not that her plate appearance total matters in that department, but you think perhaps the way she's been hitting, she might get a few more at-bats. One ball and one strike to count. Comes the 1-1. That's blooped foul. One ball and two strikes to count on Whalen. I mentioned the slugging, 438. That's the good. The bad is 18 strikeouts and 48 at-bats. Comes the 1-2. And that misses away.
There, Joe, is Whalen with a 1-2 count and a good take to keep the count.
Comes the 1-2. That's chopped foul. Good at bats for the Dolphins here in this half inning. They haven't made anything easy. A 3-ball count and a couple of 2-ball counts. Pitch number 6 in the at-bat coming up right here. Comes the 2-2. And Whalen was fooled by that off-speed pitch as she swings and misses for strike 3.
Big out number 2 for King as she continues to work in the circle. And that brings Mayer to the plate.
You're not. Rianne Mayer will be the batter, and we do apologize at the moment. Andrew's having some audio issues. Two gone for the Dolphins here in the home fourth. Here comes the 1-0. That's inside. Try again, Andrew.
Testing?
Think you're back.
I think we're good.
You're a bit late, too. It looks like the audio in general is having a problem. Not exactly sure why. That misses outside. Well, Mayer is quickly ahead 3-0. Whenever we take our setup on the move, we run into some kind of issue.
It's always something.
Baseball, basketball, and soccer with the indoor press box is typically solid, not always outside. Battling we are. 3-1 the count on the Dolphins catcher. Comes the pitch from King. That catches the corner for a called strike 2.
Great job by King. She knows exactly when to come back in, when to turn it on. It's behind 3-0. All of a sudden now a full count. Another great battle here by another Dolphins batter, Rianne Mayer.
Here comes the payoff pitch. That's fouled back. Let's get an official pitch tally for King. Entering this at bat, she was at 51. Pitch number 58 coming up right here. Here comes another 3-2. That's low for ball 4.
Great battling by Mayer, and she's rewarded with the walk to keep the inning going. That'll bring up Edwards with 2 on and 2 out.
That will bring Madison Edwards to the plate. Edwards is 0 for 1. Grounded into an unconventional double play her last time up. 4-2-3. She looks at a strike. Edwards entered the day 7 of 44 on the year. Comes the 0-1, and that's grounded softly to third. Throw across the diamond in time, and Edwards is retired for the final out of the inning. Dolphins pick up a hit, draw a walk, and strand 2 on base in the 4th. We head to the 5th. Molloy over CSI, 5-0.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Fifth inning from the CSI softball complex getting started. First pitch from Kelsey Strayer misses inside for ball 1. May Savage leads things off for Molloy. 5, 6, and 7 due up for the Lions. And Savage looks at ball 2. Savage 0 for 2 at the plate with a ground out and a fly out. Comes the 2-0. That's high for ball 3.
And Strayer finds herself quickly behind 3 straight balls to open this 5th inning. Strayer came in relief back in the 4th for Miramontes.
Comes the 3-0. That misses for ball 4.
And not the way they want to start the inning. Dolphins started the 4th inning the same way, issuing a walk. This time Strayer issues a walk to open the 5th. Once again, the Lions are in business to lead off the inning.
Second walk issued by Dolphins pitching. The first was drawn by Katie Hand, who's at the plate right now. And she looks at a strike. Hand officially 1 for 1. Has singled and walked. And that's in for strike 2.
A nice off-speed pitch there from Strayer to find the zone and quickly go ahead 0-2 in the count.
And the 0-2 sails high. Comes the 1-2. The off-speed pitch is in for a called third strike.
Great bounce back for Strayer, and yet again getting her with the off-speed pitch, and this time for the strikeout. And after issuing the four-pitch walk to open the inning, Strayer comes back with a strikeout.
And you can see just how slowly that pitch comes in. As Strayer finds the zone for a strike. Comes the 0-1. That's in for strike two. You can see how quickly Strayer has been working in the circle here in this half inning. That's probably the hardest pitch she's thrown right there. Tried to put a little extra on that one. Dolphins check behind the runner at first. Throw not in time. Here's the 1-2. That misses well outside.
And Mayer using her reach outside to grab that. And disallowing a bad break.
Comes the 2-2. And that's hit hard through the left side and into left field for a base hit. Big turn taken by Savage at second. She stops there. And it's a base hit for Amanda King.
Well, King doing it all, still in the circle. For Molloy comes to the plate and gets a base hit here. And with just one out, Lions with runners at first and second.
We saw Strayer pick up the last strikeout with that slow off-speed pitch. And King was waiting for it right there. Good at bat by the Molloy pitchers. That's an ugly swing and miss for strike one. Sherilyn Ducharme at the plate, behind 0-1. And there's a swing and a miss for strike two. And does she double up on that fastball or come with the slow stuff here?
I would double up on it as well.
Table wants a double up.
Yeah.
And they got it. Triple?
I don't think so.
Comes the 1-2. And that was the off speed. Though I don't think that was the slowest version of the off speed.
Ducharme was waiting for it, was able to get a piece.
That ball inside has given her some problems in this at bat. There's another off-speed pitch fouled away. We've seen Strayer work the inner half of the plate well, and that off-speed pitch in that spot has been tough to hit so far. King got around on one, but to wait back on that pitch is a very unusual spot to be in, as Strayer takes her up the ladder with the fastball for strike three.
Great work by Strayer. Great battle from Ducharme at the plate there. And Strayer is rewarded a big strikeout and a big out number two with runners at first and second.
Two gone now. Emily McGurk hits one hard through the middle and into center field for a base hit. One run is in to score. King will stop at third, and Molloy leads it 6-0.
That's unfortunate. Strayer gets that big strikeout just a few moments ago, and Molloy bounces back with a big base hit to bring home another run. It is now 6-0 here for the Lions in their side of the fifth.
McGurk hits the ball hard yet again. She's gotten some good swings against Dolphin pitching today. And I said it before, not your typical nine-hitter. And she's shown exactly why in this game. Steph Conrad at the plate here, always a threat to bunt. She shows bunt, pulls it back. The Dolphins fake the throw to second, but the throw to third was not in time.
The Dolphins really trying to contain the movement on the bases here.
Not much you can do in that spot other than decide, do we want to commit to the chance for an out at second or not? And now the Lions are in a spot here where base hit could put them ahead by 8. Molloy now has 10 hits in the game. Dolphins have swung the bats well, too. They have 6, and they've put together some good plate appearances. Just haven't been able to get it done with runners on. Comes the 1-1. That's hit the other way, foul. Dolphins have left 6 on base so far and hit into that double play. With the bases loaded back a couple of innings ago. Comes the 1-2, and that's it out to shallow left center. That's down for a hit. 1 run is in to score. 2 runs will score, and on the throw, Conrad moves up to second.
And that puts Molloy up 8 here in the 5th inning. And that puts the Dolphins here in danger.
Well, Conrad showing she's very capable swinging the bat, very capable bunting. That was one of those half swings just to get the ball over the infield. And to me, it's remarkable. I hadn't seen that until this year. I know it happens, but being this close, calling games from right up against the fence, I've seen it a lot more. As that pitch misses high.
That one definitely paid off. Got a lot of it into the outfield for another 2 runs.
There's something to be said for being able to direct the ball exactly where you want it and to put just enough into your swing to get it over the infield, and that's what she did right there. Alex Burns is the batter here. Burns is 1 for 3. She takes down and away. With that last base hit, Conrad now has 4 RBIs. McGurk has 3. 2 of the 3 leading hitters have done all of the damage. And the 2-1 is swung on and missed.
Nice pitch there from Strayer. Gets Burns the swing and miss for the second strike. Now it's 2-2. Just 1 strike away from Strayer finally getting out of this inning.
And the 2-2 is fouled away. So the Dolphins will come to bat in the 5th, trailing by at least 8. When the Dolphins come to the plate, it will be the top of the order due up. Carcano, Acosta, Balderas. Here comes the 2-2. And that's grounded foul. You could see Strayer took some extra off on that pitch. Two balls and 2 strikes the count. That's hit in the air out to center. Carcano underneath it. And she makes the catch to retire the side. Not before Molloy scores 3 more runs. They now have 11 base hits in the game, and they lead CSI 8-0, heading to the home 5th.
Cobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials, live music, and the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Out. Quick first out here in the home fifth as Mariah Carcano grounds out. And that will bring Anissa Acosta to the plate. Carcano now 1 for 3 following that ground out. Acosta is 1 for 2. Lions 2 outs away from a win. The Dolphins hope to change that here as Acosta looks at ball 1. TJ definitely a candidate to change that with one big swing. Should this game end in 5, we would suspect that Alexandra Frenza would get the start for the Dolphins in game 2. Frenza was warming up during this game, but once the lead extended beyond 2 runs, the Dolphins went with Kelsey Strayer. One and one the count here on the Dolphins' second baseman. And that's it out to right center. Toward the wall, and that is off the glove of a diving Conrad in center. She gets up a bit slowly, and it's a one-out double for Anissa Acosta.
Yeah, from this angle, it looked like Conrad had dove right into the fence. She slid right into it. It looked like she was slow to get up. She seems okay as she gets up now, but fortunate for the Dolphins, Acosta gets things going with a big double here in their side of the fifth. Hit that all the way to the wall in center field.
That was a great effort by Conrad in center. Full extension on the dive. That ball hit off of her glove. That's now 7 hits for CSI. And a run that can keep the Dolphins alive now stands in scoring position. Eileen Balderas, the batter. And she looks at ball 1. Balderas 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. Behind her on deck is Liz Moore. Comes the 1-0. That's outside. Two and 0 the count on the Dolphins shortstop. That's ball 3. So King, who has struck Balderas out twice, has missed with 3 straight.
It'd be big if Balderas can take advantage of that here with Acosta standing at second, just one away in the inning.
Comes the 3-0. That's ball 4.
Great patience by Balderas as she takes 4 straight balls for the walk after striking out her first 2 at-bats. And that brings Moore to the plate.
And time is called as the Lions will have a discussion here in the circle. The infield gathers beyond the circle. Conversation going on separately in the circle with King and one of Molloy's assistants, Dana Russo, Ashley Melendez, Alex Russo, the assistants for Susan Cassidy-like on the Molloy coaching staff. Eight runs on 11 hits for the Lions. The Dolphins without a run, despite 7 hits. Moore hopes to get CSI on the board right here. 1 out here in the home fifth. The Dolphins need a run to keep this game going past 5. And that's it out to shallow center, and that's down for a hit. Throw goes to third, and it gets away, but Acosta stays put.
And now all of a sudden the Dolphins are in business. They get another hit, their 8th hit of the game. This time it's Liz Moore hitting one into shallow center field. And that brings Funston to the plate with bases loaded and just one away. Dolphins have a chance to keep this game going here.
Funston singled up the middle her last time up. She's 1 for 2. Base hit here keeps this game going past the 5th. Infield moving in for Molloy as Funston looks at ball 1. Well, Andrew, we have seen the Dolphins come back from 8 runs down this year.
We have, and it was
not unprecedented territory.
It took just one inning. The one game we witnessed.
Neither team scored again after that. As Funston hits one to short, flip to third in time, throw across the diamond. Not in time. And the Dolphins are on the board.
Dolphins will keep the game going here as Acosta's able to come home. Funston just able to reach over at first on the ground ball. Dolphins on the board. It's 8-1, bringing North to the plate. They'll keep this game running into the 6th.
Close play over at first. We'll back it up and slow it down for you, in case you're a fan of Molloy. We do apologize right now. Our broadcast is having technical issues with the replay, so we'll cut away from that. Come back to it in just a moment. 1-0 the count on Natalia Noth. She takes down and in. Runners on first and second, 2 outs for the Dolphins here in the 5th. Comes the 2-0. That's popped up just beyond the infield. And the catch is made for the 3rd out of the inning. But not before the Dolphins get on the board for the first time. They now trail 8-1, headed to the 6th.
NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student-athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student-athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student-athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
Sixth inning from the CSI softball complex. Dolphins get the run they needed to stay alive. They now trail 8-1. Kelsey Strayer back to the circle, and she misses high for ball 1.
And Kelsey Strayer came in back in the 4th in relief for Miramontes.
Carson Eaton at the plate, and she takes high. Eaton 1 for 3. That's popped up. Noth coming in, and she's got it for the first out.
Great effort by Natalia Noth. Over from first to come on to make that grab as it's popped up just to the right of the plate. 1 away for the Lions.
I said it before, Andrew. Right now, this is a 7-run game, but the difference is hitting with runners on base.
Just a 2-hit difference between the two teams in the game. 11 for the Lions this far and 9 for the Dolphins. The Dolphins find themselves behind by 7 runs.
Molloy has scored a bunch of runs with 2 outs. Lewis says we have 8 hits. I'll take his word for it. Nonetheless, 11-8
still
is not a differential that makes for a 7-run deficit.
Doesn't make much of a difference.
Kemi Poyer, the batter, and the count is 2 balls and 1 strike. Poyer is 0 for 3. One of only 2 Lions who got the start and does not yet have a hit. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Strayer's pitch on its way, and that's swung on and missed for strike 3.
Great job by Strayer so far here in the 6th to bounce back after that 5th. 2 up, 2 down, including a strikeout swinging, and just 1 away from breezing through the 6th here is Strayer.
May Savage will be the batter. Savage also without a hit, 0 for 2, has reached on a walk. That misses for ball 1. Want to know the count on the Lions' third baseman, and that's popped up just beyond the infield. Acosta goes back, and she makes the catch for the 3rd out. Quick 1-2-3 inning for Kelsey Strayer. Dolphins trail by 7. They come to bat behind 8-1.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
Home 6th inning getting started from the CSI softball complex. Victoria Whalen leads things off for the Dolphins against the new pitcher, Natalie Musa. That's hit sharply on the ground to second. It's knocked down, and the throw to first is in time for out number 1.
Carson Eaton had to handle that on a hop. Able to reach over and make the grab in the dirt, and that's out number 1 quickly for the Dolphins.
1 pitch, 1 out to open up the bottom half of the 6th. Rianne Mayer at the plate. She takes down and in. Mayer 1 for 1 with a walk. On the season, Natalie Musa comes in having appeared in 10 games, including 5 starts. She's pitched to a 4-3 record with a 3.53 ERA. In 41 2/3, she's allowed 50 hits, 26 runs, 21 of those earned. She's walked 12 and struck out 21. Opposing batters hitting .301 against her. Comes the 1-1. That's fouled back. The 1-2 is swung on and missed by Mayer. She was fooled by that off-speed pitch.
Yeah, it was way off speed, and she gets fooled by that. Swings and misses out of the zone. That's 2 quick outs for the Dolphins on their side of the 6th.
At the plate now is Madison Edwards. She's 0 for 2 with a couple of ground outs. And she looks at ball 1. Comes the 1-0. That's down and in. That catches the inside corner for a called strike. Two and 1 the count on the CSI left fielder. Musa working a bit more quickly than King was. So that's fouled back. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Edwards chases in the dirt. Throw to first in time to complete the putout, and the side is retired. Dolphins go down 1-2-3 in the 6th. Our score remains 8-1 heading to the 7th.
Cobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dine-in order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we are back from the CSI softball complex. 8-1 our score as we play in the 7th inning. This game has reached the 1 hour and 40-minute mark. And that ball's hit hard into left field. That's down for a hit. And it's a leadoff single for Katie Hand.
And Katie Hand makes no mistake there with the 2-0 count to lead off the inning. Smacks this into left field for a leadoff single for the Lions in their side of the 7th.
Something I've noticed in this game, when the Lions have pulled the ball, they've hit it very hard.
Absolutely.
I think the one exception to the opposite field was that ball hit by McGurk into the right center field gap. But outside of that, when they've hit the ball to the left side, they've hit it pretty hard. Oh, 0-1 the count on Natalie Musa, who gets her first at bat of the game after coming in to pitch. Count even up at 1 ball and 1 strike. That's ball 2. That left field scoreboard and our scoreboard panel on their last legs here. As Musa looks at strike 2. Lions will bring a pinch hitter to the plate. Nicole Ganascoli in the on-deck circle. She would hit for Sherilyn Ducharme. Comes the 3-2. That's way upstairs for ball 4.
The Lions getting back in business here. 2 leadoff runners start their side of the 7th. A base hit, now a walk. That brings up the pinch hitter, Nicole Ganascoli.
So Ganascoli gets her first at bat of the day. She comes to the plate here with 2 on and nobody out. Chance for the Lions to pick up some insurance here in the top half of the 7th. Molloy now with 12 hits in the game, the Dolphins with 8. There's a swing and a miss by Ganascoli for strike 1.
She was going right after it there. Didn't want to waste any time.
I think for the hitters who are coming to the plate for the first time in this game, to see the way that Strayer changes speeds, basically throws pitches 3 different speeds, that's got to be tough. As Ganascoli swings through another. Lewis knows our viewers can't hear him, right? He does. We'll call him the producer for today's broadcast as that misses for a ball. One and 2 the count on the Molloy pinch hitter, and Ganascoli swings through that pitch for strike 3.
Ganascoli was swinging at almost everything there at that at-bat. Doesn't pay off for her as she gets the Lions first out.
Wouldn't be shocked if she had somebody tell her, watch out for the off-speed pitch. She got a steady diet of fastballs and was way behind. At the plate now is Emily McGurk. She's 2 for 2 with 3 RBIs. Has singled and tripled. And that's hit sharply, and Acosta can't handle it. The glove flip not in time. And we'll see how they score that one as the bases are loaded.
Now batting, the center fielder, number 22.
That was unfortunate because Acosta made a good effort to get to that ball. Nearly had it, just bounced in and out of the glove. Tried to make the last second flip to second. Didn't work, and the Lions have bases loaded now.
That's a fielder's choice. Or an error, I should say, because they had the out at second. That's fouled over our heads. If Acosta had to backhand, it's probably an error, but because she was able to get her body mostly in front of the ball, it's an error. First Dolphins error of the game, as that's fouled away for strike 2. Oh, and 2 the count on the Lions center fielder, who bats with the bases loaded yet again. How often does your leadoff hitter get multiple at-bats in one game with the bases loaded? This might be her 3rd at-bat with the bases loaded, if I'm not mistaken. That misses down and away.
Definitely don't see that too often. 7, 8, 9 batters.
It's definitely her 2nd, for sure. If it's not her 3rd, that she came to the plate last time with runners on 2nd and 3rd. But I think it's her 3rd at-bat with the bases loaded. And that's hit hard to left field. Over the glove of Edwards. It rolls all the way to the fence. That will bring in 3 runs. Heading for 3rd is Conrad. The throw not in time. And it is a bases clearing triple for Steph Conrad, her 2nd of the game. She now has 7 RBIs and is a bit shaken up after the slide.
Huge game for Conrad as she just takes another one and rips it in the left. Right through the glove of Edwards. And that rolls far enough for all 3 runners on the bases to come home, and Molloy has jumped now to a 10-run lead in their side of the 7th.
Looked like Conrad was holding her hand after that slide. We might not get a look at the full play, but after this next pitch, we'll get a second look at that hit. As that pitch misses high for ball 1. Here's a look at that last swing again. Edwards was playing in and didn't have a chance at that ball. That was hit hard. And that is also hit hard to left. Edwards plays it on a hop. Throw goes home. Dolphins have a play at second, and Mayer airmails it into center field. And I think they may have had the out there at second if that throw is on target. Would have been a close play, but now it's a 12-0 game, and Molloy replaces Conrad over at third.
Very unfortunate. That ball sailed right over the head as they tried to go to second with the throw from the plate. That ball was nowhere near Acosta over by second.
Now coming into bat, the right fielder, number 7, Emma Bachman.
So there you get a second look at that last play. Conrad came in to score. Alex Burns replaces her at third base. And we have another pinch hitter here. Emma Bachman, who got the start in right field, gets an at-bat. She was the flex player. She's hitting here for Eaton. And the count is even at 1-1 strike. That's fouled straight back.
My flinching's getting a lot better, Joe.
It is. You would have been halfway up the bleachers normally.
Good point.
That was the perfect chance to respond with, bruh. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. And that's a called strike 3.
Bachman can't believe it either.
I have to say, I'm a bit surprised.
The offensive player, number 1, Akemi Boyer.
That will bring Akemi Poyer to the plate. Poyer 0 for 4, still looking for her first hit. And she swings and misses for strike 1. Comes the 0-1. That misses outside. And the 1-1 is a letter high strike. Strayer a strike away from bringing the top half of the 7th to a close. That won't do it.
They just did that for a second time in this game, Joe.
They were checking with the infield umpire again. I was just waiting for the emphatic no.
Wasn't as emphatic this time.
And the catch is made by Whalen for the third out. So the Lions score 4 more runs. They now lead by 11. Dolphins come to bat for the final time in the home 7th when we come back.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
Bottom half of the 7th inning getting underway from the CSI softball complex. Once again, the top of the order opens things up for the Dolphins. Mariah Carcano leads it off, followed by Anissa Acosta and Eileen Balderas. And that's it right back to the circle. Quick first out.
That was a nice grab by Musa over in the circle. She had to kneel down real quick, make the snag. Does a nice job and gets the ball over to first for the quick first out of the inning. Dolphins down to their final 2 outs of the game.
So the Dolphins this year, in their rotation, have typically started Miramontes, Frenza, and Acosta. That has not stopped them from using those pitchers in relief when games are close. So the Dolphins had Frenza warming up earlier, as I mentioned, did not use her. We presume she's going to start game 2. Dolphins also have Anissa Acosta, who could start game 2. But this game got away from the Dolphins in the middle innings. They trailed 2-0 early. Very easily could have been out of that inning. Acosta behind 0-2 as we had a very enthusiastic spectator go after that foul ball. That misses away. That might be nearly as emphatic as when I caught one with my ribs at baseball.
And he was back very quick with that foul ball, too.
They wanted me to try and throw it from the press box down to the first row.
Yeah, that didn't make much sense.
Yeah, I was like, we're not going to do that. So that's hit well down the line. That's a fair ball. And Acosta has another extra base hit. She's into second base standing with a 1-out double.
Acosta's been one of the few bright spots so far in this game for the Dolphins, as that's her second double of the game. And a chance for Balderas to get at least another run here up on the board for the Dolphins before the end of this game. Still down 11. Chance to close the gap just a bit here.
Acosta is now 3 for 4. Eileen Balderas is the batter. She's 0 for 2 with a walk. And that's hit well, and that's a great catch at shortstop, and the ball game is over. What a play at short. We'll get a second look at it. Andrew's speechless.
That was incredible. What a snag. That was an incredible snag over at short, and what a way to end this game. She makes the tag on Acosta, who was off the base at second, and that's the end of the game. Lions take this 12-1, Joe, and what a way to end it.
Well, here's another look at it as McGurk leaves her feet. That was destined for left center field. That ball was smoked by Balderas, and McGurk had other plans as she made the catch and doubled off Acosta.
Yeah, that was just incredible. The jump in the air, that was just, wow, what a play. Like you said, I'm speechless.
Well, if we're speechless, that might be the way to end it, as the Dolphins finish with 1 run on 9 hits. Molloy with 12 runs on 14 hits and the 1 error. The Dolphins with a couple of errors, and that'll do it for coverage of Game 1. Molloy over Staten Island, 12-1. Game 2 expected to begin in approximately 25 to 30 minutes. When we come back here on CSI Sportsnet, I'll be joined by Nick Bavona on color commentary for the call of Game 2. This has been Joe Foreman alongside Andrew Rotundo, and this is exclusive NCAA Division II softball coverage on CSI Sportsnet, a proud part of the ECC network. And we are back from the CSI softball complex on the campus of the College of Staten Island. Joe Foreman on the call once again alongside Nick Bavona with Game 2 of today's NCAA Division II softball doubleheader between the College of Staten Island and Molloy University.
Molloy taking Game 1 of this doubleheader 12-1. Dolphins will look to split the doubleheader here as Alexandra Frenza is on the mound for CSI. On the year, she's 5-7. Will be her her ninth start of the year, Joe. She looks to get a key win here today. CSI is trying to split this doubleheader and get a big conference win down the stretch.
Our mound tally is at 1 very early, Nick. She's in the circle, not on the mound. Tally at 1.
I'll be good the rest of the game, trust me.
Hope so.
We have had too much baseball action. That's why.
We have called a lot of baseball. That's fair.
It's been tough.
We've called a lot of baseball. Steph Conrad will lead things off. She had 7 RBIs in Game 1. That's it. Foul territory. And the catch is made for the game's first out.
Nice job by CSI. Avery Mockery making the play in left field and foul territory to record the first out.
In the field for the Dolphins, first to third. Nath, Acosta, Balderas, Moore in the outfield left to right. Mockery, Carcano, Whalen. Mayer is behind the plate. Alexandra Frenza in the circle. After Steph Conrad made the game's first out, Alex Burns will be the batter. She looks at ball 1. And the 1-0 is fouled away.
Joe, I haven't been able to ask you all day. How are you feeling since this weekend?
We're doing a lot better.
A lot better? Okay.
We're doing a lot better. Evidenced by the fact that I'm still on the call.
You are sitting on your nylon throne once again.
I had Andrew name drop the nylon throne during Game 1. It's quite the spectacle here as that misses for ball 2. I told him we need to get a bronze nylon throne cemented into the concrete.
I'll have to have your initials in it as well.
Now, do we go with JF or FO?
FO.
I agree. Chief Foreman Osborne, the CFO of Sports Information. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. And that misses for ball 3.
That has a good ring to it.
It does. Now, for those who are watching for the first time or maybe fans of Molloy, those who tune in to every broadcast over the course of sometimes multiple years are rewarded with knowledge of our inside jokes as that's grounded through the left side. And that's a base hit for Burns.
Nice piece of hitting there for Burns. Gets it right past the shortstop and the third baseman for a 1-out single for the Lions.
Burns in Game 1 was 2 for 5. Carson Eaton comes to the plate. She was 1 of 4 in the early game. She takes up and away. Here comes the 1-0. That's low for ball 2. Now, Nick, you and I spoke about our Easter plans during the last baseball broadcast. My plans changed because of my illness. I ended up spending Easter alone in my basement. In the cave, Lou, that's right. Throw to second on the stolen base attempt. In time.
Umpire said the foot came off the base, Joe. That's why the out was called. It looked like she was safe at first. But with the foot coming off the bag, it leads to a big second out for the Dolphins.
Well, I was certain she was safe. Did not see the foot come up. We'll get a second look at it if this inning continues after this next pitch. That's popped up, foul territory. And off the top of the Lions dugout. So here's a quick look at that last stolen base attempt. Tough to tell from this wide shot, but the infield umpire in great position right on top of it. 2-2 the count on Eaton, and that's high for ball 3.
Another 3-2 pitch coming up for Frenza. We're going to get a big out number 3. Get the Dolphins their first attempt in this game batting.
Comes the payoff pitch. That's it on the ground. Tough hop for Balderas, and she loses the play.
There's trying to make the play there, but you said, Joe, a big bounce. It looked like right off her shoulder. And it leads to an infield single for the Lions to keep the inning going.
How about the hops this infield has produced today? Balderas was a bit shaken up after being hit by that ball as well. That goes on the board as the second Lions hit. Emily McGurk, the batter, and she looks at a strike.
A good sign, at least, is that Balderas is still in the game. So we'll have to monitor and see if she remains in the game as the game goes on.
I think she'll be okay.
I think she will be, too.
Count even at 1 ball and 1 strike on McGurk. She was 2 for 3 with 3 RBIs in game 1. She hit 9th in the first game, is now hitting in the cleanup spot here in game 2.
Looking to make the most of this opportunity here. She's up in the count 2-1.
She looks at a strike. McGurk arguably had the best swings of any Lion in the first game. Hit the ball really well twice. And the 2-2 is fouled away and off the top of the Molloy dugout once again.
Reds are looking for strikeout number 39 on the season here. Count remains 2-2.
Going through the stats ahead of this game, something that really stood out to me, the Dolphins this year have 100 strikeouts as a pitching staff in 206 and 2/3 innings. That's it well out to left field. Mockery settles underneath it, and she makes the catch for the 3rd out. That will do it for the Lions in the top half of the first inning. They pick up a couple of base hits and strand 1 on base. No score. Headed to the home first.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Bottom half of the first inning from the CSI softball complex. No score between the Dolphins and the Lions. Mariah Carcano will lead things off for CSI. Bark in the park, Nick.
What was
Dogs
that?
are out.
I was going to say, Joseph, facing Brianna Macias today. Was 8-2 on the year with a 2.24 ERA on the season.
And Carcano looks at a strike. Carcano 1 for 4 in game 1. Behind her, Anissa Acosta was 3 for 4. Here comes the 0-1. That's taken outside. So once again, Molloy will call the pitches from the dugout. You can see the difference in the pace of the game in each half inning. That's sliced foul and out of play.
CSI's best chance today, Joe, is going to realistically be attack early mode in this game. They were not able to attack early in game number 1, led to them trailing early. They thankfully kept the game going, did not get mercy ruled, but at the end of the day, they lost the game. If they can attack early in this one, they'll have a really good chance.
Andrew and I spoke about it during game 1. Of course, the game got away late, and the deficit grew large, up over 10 runs. But early in that game, the difference was each team's hitting with runners on base and with 2 outs. The Lions had some big 2-out hits, big hits with the bases loaded. Dolphins had chances with the bases loaded, could not deliver a hit. 2-2 the count on Carcano. And she takes ball 3.
Nice lengthy at bat here. The count is now 3-2. As the Dolphins look to get a leadoff runner here.
Even though the Dolphins didn't get any big hits with the bases juiced, they did have some good at-bats throughout the game. And Carcano strikes out.
This fastball looked like on the outside corner. Carcano swings and misses to record out number 1.
That will bring Anissa Acosta to the plate. 3 hits, 2 doubles in game 1. And we said it more than once during the first game. Getting that first out to open the game is big. Because if Acosta comes to bat with a runner on, that's an immediate opportunity for an RBI. She was hit by that last pitch.
Didn't seem like it at first, but it looks like it just grazed her arm. And the Dolphins get a runner on first and 1 away.
That will bring up 0. Amelia Funston, and we were telling Nick during game 1, we don't do number 0 here. It's 0. As he nods begrudgingly.
News to me. It just sounds weird. That's the only reason why.
That sounds weird to you, saying
it
0?
Does.
As Funston has another hit. Right back up the middle. And the Dolphins have 2 on with 1 out.
The reason why I say it sounds weird is because it's like a whole, momentum of how you're saying it. Like number 27, for this case, Ali Barderas. That's why I said it like that. But I'm not going to argue with it.
That's smart.
Lewis told me never to argue with the chief.
And Lewis is right. That's why he's the wise man.
I'm still looking for his spine.
It's lost somewhere in Jellyfish Fields. Eileen Balderas is the batter. For those who don't know, the joke is we tell Lewis that when he makes scoring decisions, he has to have a spine and stand behind them, no matter what. If someone disagrees, you double down. That's the rule. So until he perfects the art of doubling down, Jellyfish.
That's his nickname on my phone.
That's rough. You could have went with Wise Man. You took Jellyfish instead.
He could put Nick Roll on mine. It's fine.
That joke hasn't made its way out to the air yet.
No.
As Balderas hits one deep down the left field line. Fair ball! 3-run homer for Eileen Balderas. And the Dolphins jump out to an early 3-run lead.
Balderas hits that one deep into left. Looked like it was going to go foul for a second, Joe. Stays fair. And that is now home run number 4 for her on the season, tying her for the team lead with Anissa Acosta. Dolphins jump out early, 3-0.
And here's a second look at that big swing by Balderas. The question was fair or foul? And that ball was indeed fair, as Balderas has given the Dolphins their first lead of the day.
We talked about it a few minutes ago, Joe. CSI need to attack early. They have a chance. They get 3 runs early in this bottom of the first inning. Let's see if they can keep the momentum going.
Dolphins 3, Molloy nothing in the bottom half of the first. And Liz Moore looks at ball 1. Dolphins as a team this year, following that last home run, have hit 9. Molloy coming in has hit 19. That's hit down the line to third, foul ball.
Just going foul on that one.
Not by much, as I like to say. Moore had one of those 8 Dolphin home runs entering today's doubleheader. Count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. That's taken low. Now, Nick, there is action in the bullpen.
Natalie Musa, who we saw in game number 1 out of relief, warming up early here. Count 2-1 to Liz Moore.
Here comes the 2-1. And that's hit hard, but right at second base. King didn't have to move.
Did not at all.
Number 24, Natalia Knopf.
That will bring Natalia Knopf to the plate. Knopf was 1 for 3 in game 1. She bats here with 2 outs and the base is empty. That's in for a called strike. And that's lofted foul. Oh, 0-2 the count on Knopf. And that's fouled away once again.
So, Joe, that being that you were alone on Easter, what exactly did you do? Since you couldn't really do much.
Let's not talk about my bad habits. Let's just say I made my daily donation to the sports book.
Okay.
I've missed pretty much every Major League Baseball parlay this season by 1 leg. Everyone. The straights haven't gone well either, as that's taken low. The Yankees did me in last night. We had a nice plus 1,300 winner, and the Yankees broke it up. It's been a rough season so far, but we won't talk about that.
Yeah.
Comes the 1-2. And that is in for a called strike 3. So Knopf goes down looking, but the Dolphins score twice in the home first inning. They jump out to an early 3-0 lead.
NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
Top half of the second inning from the College of Staten Island. CSI leads Molloy 3-0. Amanda King will lead things off against Alexandra Frenza. And there's a swing and a miss.
King started game 1 of this doubleheader. Got her 10th win of the season. She pitched pretty dominantly in that game.
Second win of the season against CSI for King in game 1. As she's behind that fastball for strike 2. Comes the 1-2, and that's up high. Here comes the 2-2. And there's a swing and a miss for strike 3.
Good start to the inning for Frenza there. An early strikeout. A quick out number 1 for CSI.
The first baseman, number 12, Katie Hand.
That will bring up Katie Hand. She was 2 for 3 in game 1. Also drew a walk. There's a called strike.
A dog-friendly environment here at CSI today.
Some would say he's got that dog in him. That miss is high.
Literally.
Literally. It's literal. Today it's literal.
A beautiful day nonetheless, though. Nice conditions for this game.
That's fouled away. Now, Andrew and I said, and I said, and he agreed with me, though, who doesn't? As the wind began to pick up in game 1, we could just see the cold weather beginning to roll in. The question is, will it arrive before the game ends?
Well, I'm wearing shorts, so
yes.
we'll have to
Nick
say.
hopes not. As Frenza has another strikeout.
Nice start to the inning for Frenza. Back-to-back Ks. Is one out away from a 1-2-3 inning.
Now batting, the third baseman,
Our canine spectator likes it.
Who let the dogs out, Joe?
Question is, who's he with? I think he might be with Molloy. 2 away here in the road, second inning. May Savage will be the batter. And she swings and misses for strike 1. How about the swing and miss stuff from Frenza early?
Yeah, I like what you've seen so far from Frenza early on in this game. Lions have not been able to touch her fastball.
Dolphins haven't played since Friday. You have to think that plays at least some role.
It definitely plays a huge role, especially with these conference games. CSI is looking to get the most out of their pitchers. So far, Frenza keeps this up. She's really got a good chance today.
1-1 the count on Savage. And that's Byer for strike 2.
Got another fastball, and again, another swing and miss. Frenza a strike away from striking out the side here at the top of the second inning.
After today, the Dolphins are back in action tomorrow. And then again on Friday at Uville. Two and two the count. Pitch on its way from Frenza. That's foul tipped straight into the backstop.
Just got a piece of that one. Count remaining 1-2.
Frenza already with 2 strikeouts, looking for one more. Comes to 2-2. And that's ripped foul.
Savage gave that one a ride, but going foul. Count still 2-2 here. 2 away in the second.
Here comes another 2-2. That misses up and away.
Trying to fool her with an off-speed pitch there, just way outside. Count now goes full.
Kemi Poyer would be next. Comes the 3-2. That's fought off foul. Lewis, how many pitches are we at for the at-bat? This is number 9. You're the producer. You're supposed to say that in my ear. That's chopped to third. Moore's got it. Throw across the diamond in time. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for Alexandra Frenza. Dolphins lead 3-0. Bottom half of the second coming up next.
Stop to make sure someone is okay.
Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Notify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy,
but it's on us
to intervene.
because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
And we are back from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins have a 3-run lead. 3-run homer for Eileen Balderas in the bottom half of the first inning. Put the Dolphins in front. For CSI, here in the home second, it will be 7, 8, and 9. Mayor Whalen Mockery. And Rianne Mayer looks at a strike.
Dolphins looking to add to their lead here in the bottom of the second. We spoke about it, Joe. The Balderas 3-run homer, giving them an early 3-0 lead.
Comes the 0-1. That's line foul. Mayer quickly in a 2-strike hole. Sky getting a bit darker. The wind getting a bit stronger.
Well,
you are wearing shorts.
You are a meteorologist, so.
I am. He knows better.
I brave through the elements.
That's taken for a ball. Now, as our viewers might know if they watched last week, I was ill last week, and that all began at Yankee Stadium on Monday. We were up there in the nosebleeds. Cold night.
Very cold night.
At least up there it was. It was not on ground level.
Yeah.
Here comes the 1-2. That's high.
This is my type of weather, though, Joe. Nice, not too hot, not too cold. It's right in the middle. That's what I like to see. Exactly. Exactly, Lou. Just right.
Here comes the 2-2. And Mayer has worked the count full.
Another good start to the inning for the Dolphins, batting-wise. Mayer working the count full to 3-2.
Comes the 3-2. That's hit in the air, just beyond the infield. And King's got it for the first out.
Now batting, the right fielder, number 26, Tori Whaling.
Victoria Whalen will be the batter. Whalen was 1 for 3 in game 1. That's fouled back. I mentioned it before. Whalen among the Dolphins' leaders in slugging. But despite limited at bats, she leads the team in strikeouts as well. That's fouled away.
Quickly behind the count now, 0-2 here. Whalen will try to protect the plate and try to get on first with one away.
Whalen behind 0-2. 2-strike pitch coming. That misses high.
Will we give that an EF on the fan?
I think we do.
Lewis
That's
says
bounced
EF.
foul.
Lewis says EFT on that one. Well, I certainly had one the last time we were here on softball call.
Did you?
That underhand toss to you.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
Like I said, it's not going to happen in the faculty game. We'll be good.
Okay.
Yeah,
1-2 the count. That's chopped foul.
I just needed to get one throw right. It wasn't the greatest, but that's all it takes. One throw, we'll be good.
Bring a lot of ice, he said.
Yeah, I think I don't like what he's referring to.
We may have to unmute him. He's talking too much now.
If he wants, I got to mute him.
You can unmute him for now. If he
You're
feels like
unmuted,
speaking.
Lewis.
So our statistician, Louis Matrone, is now in on the conversation.
But I control your fate
live.
as if you talk or not.
Understandable.
That's hit well out to right center field. That ball's carrying well, and it hits the wall. Whalen is at the second base standing, and she has a one-out double.
Whalen giving that one a shot into right center field. Almost a home run there. Dolphins have a runner in scoring position with one away.
Here's a second look at that swing. And I don't know if you saw that, Nick, but the wind picked up right as Whalen hit that ball, and that definitely helped it. That ball carried a long way.
And we're going to have a pitching change here, Joe.
So with the Lions trailing by 3 runs here in the second, and the Dolphins with Whalen in scoring position, Molloy will go to the bullpen. Natalie Musa in out of the bullpen for the second consecutive game.
So our closeout game number 1 of this doubleheader comes in with a daunting task with a runner on second, 1 out. And the Lions trail in this one 3-0.
Musa with 2 innings pitched in game 1, 1 hit allowed, 2 strikeouts.
In the circle now for the Lions, number 8, Natalie Musa.
The first batter that Musa will face is Avery Mockery, who comes to the plate for the first time today.
Now, Joe, I asked you on Sunday, or Saturday, I should say, about your Easter plans since we have Lewis on the call now. Lewis, how was your Easter? What were your plans this past Sunday?
Not too bad. Just quality family time with my aunt and her kids, and just hung out, played some nice little family games of card games and stuff like that.
Stuff like that, yeah.
Okay. The typical Easter Sunday type of celebration.
That brings us back to the live action as Mockery looks at ball 1. Mockery at the plate with 1 out and a runner in scoring position. For Mockery, she's starting for the 9th time this season, appearing in her 12th game. And she's quickly ahead here, 2-0.
And with the injury to Alyssa Acosta, gets a start in left field today. So Mockery looking to make the most of it. Try to get an RBI here.
It's fouled back. So with Acosta out, Edwards got a chance to start in left in game 1. Mockery gets the start here in game 2. See how long the Dolphins are without their freshman outfielder. Two and 1 the count on Mockery. That swung on and missed.
A little bit behind on that pitch there. Count now going to 2-2.
2 balls and 2 strikes the count on the CSI left fielder. And that is looked at for a called strike 3.
Big punch out there for the Lions, and they're 1 out away from keeping this a 3-run game.
That will bring Mariah Carcano to the plate. Carcano 0 for 1 in this game, had a hit in game 1 as that sent foul. Musa checks the wristband. Comes the 0-1. That's low. Good job by Poyer to keep that in front of her. Comes the 1-1. That's sent foul down the left field line, out of play.
1-2 now. The count. Carcano looking to keep the inning going for the Dolphins. Bring home that 4th run of the game.
Musa 1 strike away from escaping trouble. And Carcano looks at ball 2. Alexandra Friends has been really good so far. You get the sense that the Dolphins could get her a 4th run. That would be huge. Comes the 2-2. And that's it back to the circle. Musa lost it, but she regains it and flips the first in time to retire Carcano. Dolphins failed to score in the second. They strand Whalen in scoring position. Our score remains 3-0 Staten Island, heading to the third.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag, like facing backwards and with like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
And we're back for the road third inning. Dolphins still lead it by 3. Kemi Poyer at the plate, and she looks at ball 1.
Renza looking good for the Dolphins early in this game. 2 hits allowed and a couple strikeouts.
And the 1-0 is in for a called strike. Poyer in game 1 was without a hit, 0 for 5. She takes high. The 2-1 is swung on and missed for strike 2.
Once again, Frenza getting right past the hitter. Looking for another punch out here. 2-2.
Frenza has looked dominant so far. And there's another swing and miss for strike 3.
You just said it, Joe. Frenza has looked very dominant early in this game. Another strikeout. Brings up Emma Bachman here with 1 away.
Third strikeout in the last 4 at-bats for the Lions against Frenza. 1 away here in the third. That's taken for a strike.
Bachman was the flex player in game number 1. Got her first at-bat late in the game. We do something here with 1 away.
Comes the 0-1. Half swing, that's popped up. Shallow left. And Mockery has it for the second out.
Nice job by Mockery to track that one down. And once again, there's quickly 2 away for the Dolphins.
The center fielder, number 22, Steph Conrad.
And that will bring Steph Conrad to the plate. Conrad had a big first game, is 0 for 1 here in game 2. That's chopped to short. Balderas has it. Throw to first in time. And it's a quick 1-2-3 inning for Alexandra Frenza and the Dolphins. CSI comes to bat, leading by 3 after this break.
Stop to make sure someone is okay.
Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Codify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us.
To intervene.
Because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
For the Dolphins, the second baseman, number 34, Anissa Acosta.
Anissa Acosta will lead things off for the Dolphins here in the home third inning. Her team leading by 3 runs. Dolphins forced an early Molloy pitching change during the previous inning. Round of applause for Tracy Garofalo from the spectators as she retrieved.
That was from Shendy.
Best coach at CSI, he says.
You better not tell his
Where's
coach
Mike
that.
I was just about to say, Joe, hopefully Morrow's not listening in, because that would be a bad look for Shandy there.
He might get him kicked off the Dolphin pod now for that.
No, that's more of a reason to have him on. We need controversial figures. That pitch misses low. That evens the count at 1.
Shendy had himself a nice day on Heroes Day this past Saturday. Now here's a spectator today for the Dolphins.
Comes the 1-1. There's a swing and a miss. Costa may have gotten a piece of that last one. She's behind 1 ball and 2 strikes.
She reached first base last time on a hit by a pitch. They came around to score on the Balderas 3-run homer.
Comes the 1-2. That's up and away. Two and two the count on the Dolphins' second baseman. Long look to the dugout for Musa. Comes the 2-2. That's hit hard, and once again, right at King.
King again not having to move on that one. A loud out number 1 to start the bottom of the third inning.
Dolphins have had some tough luck outs on the infield in the last couple of games. That line drive to end game 1, that was snagged by McGurk, and a couple of line drives over to second base. Amelia Funston, the batter, and she looks at a strike. Funston 1 for 1 in the game. And the 0-1's taken low. Eileen Balderas on deck. She's responsible for the 3 Dolphin runs. And the 1-1's down and away. Comes the 2-1. That's high for ball 3.
3 straight now. Buzzing up in the count, 3-1.
In case you weren't aware, the Dolphins dugout will let you know. Musa has missed with 3 straight. And that's hit hard. Fair ball. That's down just inside the left field line. And Funston is on with a 1-out single.
Good piece of hitting from Funston. Musa had to throw a strike there on 3-1. Otherwise, she would have walked her. Funsa gets it Oppo Taco with that hit right there to get a runner on first.
That brings Eileen Balderas to the plate with a runner on. 1 out in the inning. Balderas hit a towering 3-run homer her last time up. That's it on the ground through the left side for a base hit.
First pitch swinging from Balderas. She's now 2 for 2 on the day. And Liz Moore now with an RBI opportunity here.
Back-to-back hits for the Dolphins. They now have 5 in the game.
I believe we're going to have a pinch runner here, Joe.
I think you're right. Liz Moore will be the batter, and the Dolphins will send Sophia Dodonna in to run for Amelia Funston. Two on, 1 out for CSI. Moore with a chance to extend the CSI lead in this spot. She was 1 for 3 in game 1. The first pitch is a knee-high strike.
Musa looking to get out of the jam here. Keep this game at 3 runs. Liz Moore, huge chance for the Dolphins to extend the lead.
Here comes the 1-1. That's it softly. Right side of the diamond. It's bobbled. And the recovery by hand is in time as she flips the king for the second out.
Slow roller to first base. No chance of a double play there. Hand just able to make the throw to first. Moore does advance the runners, though. Give Natalia Knopf a 2 RBI chance here with a single right here.
Big spot here for Knopf as we get a quick look at that ground out by Moore. The recovery just in time over at first. First pitch to Knopf is fouled back. Knopf was 1 for 3 in game 1. Left a couple on base. Bats here with 2 in scoring position. It's a big at bat in this game right now. Here comes the 0-1. And Knopf takes low. Here's the 1-1. And that's low as well.
2-1 count for Knopf. First base is open.
If Knopf gets on, Rianne Mayer is next. Comes the 2-1. That's ball 3.
Three straight now for Knopf. Up in the count, 3-1.
Knopf ahead, 3-1. Pitch from Musa on its way, and that's it out to shallow right, but King gets there and makes the catch on the lip of the outfield grass for the 3rd out of the inning. The Dolphins strand 2 in scoring position. Their lead remains 3 runs heading to the 4th.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
Alex Burns will lead things off for Molloy here in the fourth. Lions trail CSI 3-0. Weak ground ball to short. Balderas has it, throw to first in time, and there's quickly one away.
One pitch, one out to start the top of the fourth inning. Another strong throw from Balderas. Just recovered quickly ever since getting hit in the shoulder early in this game.
Couple of hits in the first inning from Molloy, nothing since. Carson Eaton will be the batter, and she looks at a strike.
Frenza has been consistent with her strikes in this game.
It's very clear she's had her best stuff so far. And misses away.
It looked like at one point in game one she was going to come out of relief for Alexis Miramontes. But they saved her for this start here in game two and brought in Kelsey Strayer out of the pen for game number one. It certainly has paid off so far.
And the 1-1 is hit to deep left field. Mockery back to the wall, looks up, and that's off the fence. Eaton heads for second, and she slides in safely with a double.
Inches away from a home run there. A big double for the Lions from Eden. As Molloy trying to trim this deficit with a single right here.
That's as well as Molloy has hit a ball in this game that nearly left. When Mockery looked up, I thought that ball was gone, and it hit about halfway up the left field fence. Eaton is now 2 for 2. And Emily McGurk looks at ball one. McGurk is 0 for 1 in this game. Had a nice game in the early game, a couple of big hits. Comes the 1-0. That's high for ball two.
If she were to walk here, Lions will have the tying run at the plate.
Here's the 2-0. That's hit sharply on the ground off the glove of Balderas, who nearly got there. Carcano bobbled it. McGurk takes second. And that's a bad defensive play in center. Not something we've said often with Carcano out there.
Yeah, just a really bad defensive play for the Dolphins. Not only does it cost them the run, but it allows the runner to move to second. And it's now a 3-1 game here at the top of the fourth inning.
Carcano thought that because she didn't have a play at the plate, there was no need to rush it. And McGurk had her eyes out in center field the whole time. She never stopped running and took second base as a result of that play. Carcano did the right thing, trying to come up throwing. But once she didn't handle the ball cleanly, needed to be a bit more urgent on that play and was not. Molloy on the board for the first time. They now trail 3-1. Back-to-back hits. Put another runner in scoring position as Amanda King looks at that pitch low.
King now the tying run at the plate. Looking to do some damage here.
King 0 for 1 in this game. And that's in foul territory. Whalen on the move. Cannot get there. With that last base hit, the Lions now have 4 for the game. Dolphins still with 5. One ball and one strike, the count on the Lions' second baseman. Pitch on its way from Frenza, and that's hit hard into left field for a base hit. That one's down the line into the corner. It rolled away from Mockery, and King is into second base standing with a double.
Lions bats now starting to get into a groove here. Another RBI double there, and it's now a 3-2 game, and Katie Hand will have a chance to tie this game.
I think the concerning aspect about this rally is how hard Molloy is hitting the ball. They've hit it hard 3 times, twice in the air, once on the ground. And Katie Hand looks at ball one.
Fortunately, Joe, the commentator's jinx has come into effect in this inning.
Just a bit.
Spoke highly of Frenza's pitching coming
Just to
into
be
the
fair,
inning.
we did that in the last inning as well.
We did.
And it was a quick 1-2-3 inning. I will not take responsibility for this.
Count is now 2-0.
That's ball 3.
You're not going to see me budge.
Lewis and Nick, quiet.
I will not take responsibility either.
Lewis affirms he will not take responsibility. Comes the 3-0, and that misses for ball 4.
That's a huge walk because now it forces the go-ahead run at the plate. And I think we're going to see Anissa Acosta now coming in to pitch for the Dolphins.
Acosta to the circle, Frenza to the dugout, Layla Aponte to second base. New pitcher for the Dolphins when we come back.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
2 on, 1 out for Molloy here in the top half of the 4th inning. 2 runs already home. CSI leads 3-2. And a chance here for the Lions to get even or take the lead with May Savage at the plate. New Dolphins pitcher is Anissa Acosta, and she misses with her first pitch for ball 1.
Acosta coming out for her best outing of the season against Goldie Beacom. Had the complete game, allowed 1 earned run. Coming here with a big chance for the Molloy. Runner on second and first. 1 out. Molloy trying to take the lead for the first time in this game.
And the 1-0 misses down and in for ball 2. Well, you said it, Nick. Acosta with her best outing of the season against the Lightning last week. Dolphins hoping for more of that here in this game. Looking to hold on to a 1-run lead. Acosta inherits a tough spot, and she misses with ball 3.
Acosta really needing a strike here. Otherwise, the Lions will have the bases loaded. So a huge pitch upcoming for Anissa.
Comes the 3-0 pitch. That's ball 4.
Bases are now loaded for the Lions. And a single here would give them the lead.
Lewis will go help with that. That pitch is in for a strike.
Dolphins could really afford a double play ball here. So Molloy do that in game number 1 with the bases loaded.
That's a called strike 2. And that's off the glove of Mayer to the backstop. It gets away, and the Lions tie the score on a wild pitch.
A fortunate sequence of events there for CSI. Now second and third with 1 out. And as you said, Joe, the tying run comes to score. This one's knotted up at 3.
Count 1 ball and 2 strikes on the Molloy catcher. And Poyer goes down swinging.
That's a huge punch out for the Dolphins, and they're 1 out away from keeping this game tied.
Well, you hate to lose the lead on a wild pitch, but Nick, with that strikeout, that one now stings a bit more. That will bring Emma Bachman to the plate.
See the Dolphins are creeping in.
That's on the corner for a strike. Now, We saw this earlier with the bases loaded. The Dolphins moved the infield in. And it was Conrad who was able to put one through between second and short. That misses up and away. The bunt, a very real concern here. But this defense with the infield drawn in opens the Dolphins up to issues if Bachman swings. And Bachman takes strike two.
Costa a big strike away for keeping this game tied going into the bottom of the fourth inning.
Infield still in with 2 strikes. Here comes the 1-2. That's dribbled foul. Three runs on 5 hits for both teams in this game. Dolphins hoping to keep it that way. Acosta 1 strike away from limiting the damage here in the in the fourth. As that misses up and away.
Try to make her chase on that one. Bachman not budging there. And it's now 2-2 with 2 away. Costa really needs a strike 3 here.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And that is taken for a called strike 3. Big punch out for Anissa Acosta. And the Dolphins do surrender the lead, but they keep the score tied. For Molloy, 3 runs come home in the inning on 3 hits. They strand a pair. We are knotted up at 3, headed to the home half of the fourth.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's will you?
Bottom of the fourth inning from the CSI softball complex. Joe Foreman alongside Nick Bavona and Louis Matrone. Louis, our statistician today, as Mayer hits one well to deep right center. Conrad on the run. She won't get there. And Mayer is into second base, standing with a leadoff double.
That's the spark CSI needed here in the bottom of the inning. Mayer with a nice double into right center field. Dolphins have a chance to take back the lead as Victoria Whalen coming up.
Mayer hit that ball hard into the right center field gap. And that's one way to get back out in front if you're the Dolphins. A leadoff double puts Mayer in scoring position for Victoria Whalen.
You know, Joe, I was actually about to chime in before this at-bat, and I was going to say, I think from what I've seen so far, from a statistical standpoint, the Dolphins need to get deep into the counts to get to the point where the pitcher's going to make a mistake. Because that's what I've seen so far. The deeper they get into the counts of those 5+ pitch at-bats, I know it sounds obvious, but when they get deeper into the at-bat, they have more success of getting on base.
Well, Nick, Lou's coming for your job. You can put your headset down. We have color commentary from the stats desk.
Folks.
Whalen behind 0-2. She's 1 for 1. Doubled her last time up, and she takes high.
I want everyone to know I muted my microphone after you said that.
We saw it.
Okay. Who's got the power now?
I still have the power to mute your mic.
Lou. You're playing with fire. As that's hit to the right side, that will advance the runner. Hand steps on first. Whalen is out, but it is a productive out as Mayer moves up to third.
That's exactly what you needed for CSI. Moving the runner over now to third base. And a great chance for Avery Mockery to bring home that runner from third and give CSI back the lead.
Well, I say it all the time, Nick. When you come to the plate with a runner at third and less than 2 outs, you have to get the run in. And the Dolphins have another chance in that spot right here. First pitch to Avery Mockery. This is outside. Mockery struck out her first time up. Comes the 1-0. That catches the inside corner. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. And that's off the corner this time.
Huge take there by Mockery.
CSI Baseball having a grand old time up there, Nick.
They're having a great time here at the softball complex. Count now goes to 2-1.
Practice is over. They're here to cheer on softball. As that's hit toward the middle and past the diving King for a base hit. Mayer is in to score, and it's an RBI single for Avery Mockery. The Dolphins are back in front, 4-3.
They got something to cheer about now, Joe. An RBI single for Mockery. CSI regaining the lead there. It's now 4-3 here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Huge hit for Avery.
Lions brought the infield in on that one, and King couldn't get there. Though I think if she's in her regular position, she's not getting there anyway. That ball was hit hard. And Mockery has given the Dolphins the lead back. It's 4-3. Pitch is fouled back by Mariah Carcano. It's back to the top of the order for the Dolphins.
Testament to what Lou said. It was a 4-pitch at bat there. Mockery got the pitch that she wanted and was able to get it into right center field. The big RBI single.
Comes the 0-1. That's down and away.
I appreciate the credit, Nick. Thank you.
Sometimes he's forced to take responsibility.
Yep.
Other times he's eager to take credit.
Even though he's trying to steal my job.
Comes the 1-1. That's lined to left, but foul. Now, is it really ethical for the statistician to be providing color commentary? That's the question. I think it's okay.
I would say it's okay.
Well,
of course you would.
Well, of course, I was going to say, of course he would say it's okay.
I'll be doing it later in the season, but no one needs to know that. Ultimately, the final say is mine. They call me the chief for a reason. Here comes the 1-2. And that's lined through the left side and into left field for another Dolphins hit. Mockery moves up to second, and Mariah Carcano keeps the line moving with a single.
Nice piece of hitting from Carcano on that one. Got it into left field, past the shortstop and the third baseman. Now forces a circle visit for the Lions. CSI with a great chance to add to their lead, and a dangerous hitter in Anissa Acosta coming up.
Well, a question that may come up in a spot like this, as the Dolphins are once again in the midst of a rally, is Molloy willing to change pitchers again? Should they have to later in the game, are they willing to make that change?
Well, you look at their earned run average, Joe. They only have 3 pitchers listed ERA-wise. So that would mean potentially Amanda King, who started the game in Game 1, maybe to come out of relief. That would be something to monitor as the game goes on. As there's a first pitch strike from Musa, but that is something that Molloy is going to have to contend with them now once again trailing in this game, and they're trying to keep it minimal damage.
Well, King is at second base. She can't warm up in the middle of an inning. As Acosta fouls that one back, and she's quickly in a 2-strike hole. Dolphins now with 4 runs on 8 hits. Dolphins finished game 1 with 9 hits, if I'm not mistaken. Comes the 0-2 pitch. And that's hit hard up the middle for another Dolphins hit. Mockery is held at third, and the Dolphins have the bases loaded.
It was smart for Tracy to keep her at third. It was a good throw from center field. Dolphins now have the bases loaded, 1 out. Amelia Funston, huge chance to open this game up for CSI with one big swing.
So Amelia Funston will come to the plate. She's had a nice day so far. As you get a look at that last base hit by Acosta. Funston is already 2 for 2 in this game. Swung the bat well in game 1 and was 1 for 3 with an RBI. That pitch missed outside for ball 1. Nick, looks like there's about to be action in the bullpen for Molloy. They may go back to their starter. So that's fouled away.
You are indeed correct, Joe. It is number 24 in the bullpen.
That's Brianna Macias warming up. So the question, I think, is once Molloy is out of the field, would they bring in King after she gets a chance to warm up? She threw 5 innings in game 1, so I think that's doubtful, but don't think you can rule it out completely either. That's popped up. Foul territory. And the catch is made. That's a huge second out for the Lions.
You said, Joe, big out number 2. But with the way Balderas is swinging the bat today so far in this game number 2, another dangerous at bat coming up for CSI. They really cannot afford to not bring home any of the runners here and only get 1 run, because they know Molloy will have a chance late in this game to bring it back and tie it or potentially take the lead.
Well, there's no chance Molloy would change pitchers here after that home run Balderas hit in first. That was against Macias. And here she grounds one just foul.
That would have been huge. Would have brought home 2 runs.
That might have brought home 3.
Potentially could have, yeah.
Depends how hard that was hit down into the corner and whether or not it hit the tarp. Balderas had a 3-run homer in the first. She's 2 for 2 in the game. Had a single in addition to that home run. Comes the 0-1. And this is outside. Now, we did see a Dolphins grand slam last year, Nick. I don't know if you were on the call with me for that one, but Anissa Acosta hit a grand slam here at home.
I don't remember if I was on the call for that. That'll be something we'll have to look back.
I don't believe I was solo. As Balderas fouls that one back.
That'll be something we'll have to look back onto after this game ends. But maybe I was on the call. I'm not 100% sure.
I could probably tell you what game it was very quickly. And we'll wait until after this next pitch.
I want to say it was either you or our other colleague, Nick Durst.
It's possible.
Well, it wasn't Nick Durst. As that's foul tipped into the glove of Poyer for strike 3. So Balderas goes down swinging. Dolphins do take the lead back, but they strand the bases loaded. Our score, 4-3, heading to the 5th.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor. It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
The center fielder, number 22, Steph Conrad.
Steph Conrad will lead things off for Molloy against Anissa Acosta here in the top half of the 5th inning. Dolphins lost the lead in the fourth, gave up 3 runs. They took the lead right back, but Nick, once again, the Dolphins strand the bases loaded.
That's huge in this game. They could have added to their lead. They do take the lead back on the Mockery RBI single, but were not able to add to it. It'll be up to Anissa Acosta to keep the CSI lead at 1.
Dolphins playing the infield in against the threat of a bunt as Conrad takes a strike.
And for good reason. Conrad has 23 stolen bases coming into this series. She is very fast.
Conrad 0 for 2 in this game, as we were talking about it ahead of the break. Anissa Acosta's grand slam last year came against Nyack, and Nick, you were not on the call. I was on that call with Andrew. Andrew Rotundo, our color commentator in game 1, as that's a swinging bunt. Acosta has it, and the throw to first is just in time.
What a big out number 1 there. Acosta just getting the throw in time. Looked like a 50-50 play there. Nonetheless, CSI gets a huge out number 1.
We'll get a second look at it. Molloy didn't think so. Here's a quick look at that play at first. Perhaps not slowed down enough. Good stretch over there by Noth to help the Dolphins secure the first out. As Alex Burns takes a strike.
Joe, I felt like I had a decent look at it. I want to say it was at least by half a stop.
Out?
Yeah.
I think the stretch had a lot to do with that. Good play over at first, as Burns fouls that one away. Fans on Loop Road liking what they see.
We'll go with that.
That's an energetic fan.
Is that one of the baseball members, maybe?
Probably.
I would have to imagine.
They dispersed a bit after that last inning, as Acosta missed high there.
We spoke about it a lot on Saturday. Baseball has some big-time action coming up this week. Try and get some big-time conference wins.
Baseball is our next broadcast. That's coming up on Friday at noon. Unless they move that game back to 1 o'clock. I'll have to double check. That game may have been moved back an hour. I think it was.
I think it was, too.
As Burns takes high. And it was indeed moved back. So we go on the air 12:45 p.m. on Friday. Staten Island taking on Mercy. And for baseball, they need a series win to keep themselves firmly in the playoff chase. As that is caught on a line by Moore at third. Nice play at the hot corner.
Nice job by Moore right there. A screeching line drive right into her glove. 2 away here at the top of the fifth, at the top of the 6th inning. Oh, I was right, the top of the 5th inning. Sorry, Joe.
Here's a second look at that grab by Moore. Reaching out to her left and making the catch for the second out. We spoke about it a bit during the pregame ahead of Game 1. Huge games for softball this week. Arguably bigger games for baseball. Over on the baseball diamond, the Dolphins take on Mercy in a 4-game weekend series. For softball, they have today's games against Molloy, a couple of non-conference games tomorrow against Adelphi, and then on Friday, 2 huge games against Deauville. With 1 win, the Dolphins lock up a season series victory over the Saints. And when it comes down to tiebreakers, that's always big.
It's really huge, but if you can get a win today going into those games, it'd be huge momentum for CSI. So they'll have to focus on getting through this one first before they can look ahead.
Molloy has just 1 loss in conference play. That loss is to Deauville. So if the Dolphins don't beat Molloy and then drop the pair to the Saints, that really creates problems for the Dolphins in terms of a tiebreaker. In fact, it might confirm the Dolphins could not win a tiebreaker over Deauville if Molloy finishes atop the conference. With that walk, Emily McGurk will come to the plate with 2 outs.
She stands as the go-ahead run for the Lions. Tying run at first. Dolphins trying to get out of this inning.
That pitch is in for a knee-high strike. So what it comes down to this week for the Dolphins, if they can close out this game and then take 1 from the Saints, they're in a great position. For the men, they probably need to win 3 out of 4 to put themselves in a good spot. If they split, they will certainly keep themselves alive heading into the final 3 weeks of the season.
It's all about controlling your own destiny. CSI has a great chance of that this week.
Can either team be mathematically eliminated? Absolutely not. But you want to stay in control of your own destiny heading into those final series. And for baseball, they very likely need to win 2, if not 3, against the Mavericks this weekend. Count on McGurk here, 2 balls and 1 strike. Make that 3-1. Assuming the scoreboard in the outfield is correct, and it is, as McGurk draws the walk.
Back-to-back walks issued by Acosta. Dangerous territory now for the Dolphins. Tying run at second, go-ahead run at first. And Amanda King has a great chance here to tie or potentially give the Lions back the lead.
Acosta has now lost the strike zone. She will face King with 2 on and 2 outs. And it was 2 quick outs for Acosta. King in this game is 1 for 2. RBI double her last time up. A double here would give Molloy the lead. First pitch from Acosta on its way. And that's low for ball 1.
Acosta really needing to find that strike zone more than ever here in this at-bat.
And the 1-0 gets past Mayer. And that's another wild pitch. That one skipped about 3 to 5 feet short of the plate.
Now opens up first base.
Katie Hand is on deck. Behind 2-0, Acosta could choose to pitch carefully in this spot. That's chopped to short, and that's interference. No question about it. The runner is out, and the inning is over.
Big break for the Dolphins there, Joe.
Oh, Balderas got hit in the face. That's as blatant an interference as you'll ever see. And with that, Dolphins get out of the inning. We'll get one more look at it before we head to break. CSI stays in front, 4-3.
Stop to make sure someone is okay.
Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Notify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us
to intervene.
Because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
And we are back from the CSI softball complex. The Dolphins escape the top half of the 5th inning with the lead as the inning ends on an interference call at shortstop. Granted, I think that was a routine ground ball, but Balderas got taken out. And immediately the call was made, the right call, ending the inning. Dolphins lead it by a run. Liz Moore leads things off, and she's quickly ahead, 2-0.
Dolphins getting a big break in that last inning. Balderas taking 2 shots in this game.
That's hit softly through the right side for a base hit. 10th hit of the game for the Dolphins, and Moore will take it as she's on with a leadoff single.
Well, we saw the last time the Dolphins were up, Joe. They had a bases-loaded opportunity, were not able to extend their lead. They need to extend the lead late in this game. 1-run lead for Acosta. They really need to get some insurance runs. See if Natalia Nuth can do something here.
Well, if you take a look at the numbers for the two teams with the bases loaded today, there would be a striking contrast there as Natalia Nuth takes ball 1. Nuth is 0 for 2. Has struck out and flown out in her 2 at-bats. Comes the 1-0. And that's it out to right. Should be an easy play. And the catch is made by Bachman for the first out.
Now batting, the catcher number 19, Rianne Mayer.
And Rianne Mayer will be the batter.
Had a nice double her last time up. She's able to get something into the gap again. Might be able to bring home the runner from first.
Mayer scored the go-ahead run in the previous inning. And she looks at ball 1. Moore the runner at first. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. And Mayer looks at a strike. Whalen and Mockery behind Mayer. Then back to the top of the lineup for the Dolphins here in the 5th. Dolphins doubling up the Lions in hits 10-5. Their lead just 1 run. And the 1-1 is rocketed out into center field. And Moore had to hurry as that throw was just laid at second.
Nice shot into center by Mayer. She has another hit on the day. And now Victoria Whalen with a great RBI chance. Seems like they're looking to get those insurance runs here as they get their 11th hit of the game.
Two on, 1 out for the Dolphins. And Victoria Whalen takes ball 1. Dolphins now with 11 hits in the game. Whalen has 1 of those. She's 1 for 2 with a double. Comes the 1-0. And Whalen takes a strike.
CSI looking to not strand another runner in scoring position here. Whalen looking to make the most of this at bat to increase the Dolphin lead.
Dolphins have had a tough time hitting with runners on base today. And Whalen takes a strike. Chance to change that here. No better time than the present if you're a fan of CSI. The Lions hoping to continue their success pitching in high-pressure spots. Musa looking for a big third strike. Here comes the 1-2. And that's hit softly to the right side. Mayer skips over the ball. And stopping at third is Moore. The Dolphins now have 2 in scoring position with 2 outs. And another RBI chance for Avery Mockery.
Mockery gave the Dolphins the lead her last at bat. Great chance here to bring home 2 with another single.
Mockery could make this a 3-run game with a base hit. At the very least, she could extend the Dolphins' lead to 2, and she takes a strike.
Last time Mockery was able to have a 2-1 count, found that mistake pitch, and get the RBI single. See if she does it again here, down early in the count 0-1.
And Mockery takes the ball. Now, first base open. Musa doesn't have to be too aggressive here, but I don't think you want to face Mariah Carcano in the spot.
If you're the Lions, looking to get out of the inning as soon as possible. Count being 1-1 right now.
And Mockery hits one softly to second. King's got it, and she throws to first in time for the final out of the inning. Dolphins strand 2 in scoring position. They still lead by 1. Our score, 4-3, heading to the 6th.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's will you?
Number 12, Katie Hand.
Katie Hand will lead things off for Molloy in the top half of the 6th inning. Her team trailing by a run. Anissa Acosta back to the circle, looking to protect the one-run CSI lead. And Hand takes ball 1.
Dolphins have had a chance their last 2 times up to increase their lead, but have left a lot of runners on base in this game. It'll be up to Acosta to keep them on top.
Mockery picked up the big hit the Dolphins needed. Her last time up to give CSI the lead could not come through in that spot. Dolphins have really struggled with runners on base today. They left 8 on base through 6 innings in Game 1, have left 8 on base in this game as we play in the top half of the 6th. And now Acosta falls behind 3-0.
So Acosta in that last inning looked like she was losing a bit of her strike zone. Quickly behind in this one, 3-0.
I believe there is action also going on in the Dolphin bullpen as well. I unfortunately can't see because of the dugout wall, but I did see somebody warming up over there.
Send someone to do some recon for us. Comes the 3-1. That's chopped to the left side. Balderas has it. Throw to first in time. And there's one away.
Balderas has been very active in this game defensively for the Dolphins as well as offensively. Nice step play at shortstop there to record the first out.
Whether it's been left-handers or right-handers at the plate, and I think Molloy only has one lefty. That's Conrad. They've been hitting the ball almost exclusively to the left side. Balderas has been busy. Moore has been busy. I can't recall more than 1 or 2 softballs hit the other way in this game, as that one is pulled through the left side, and that's a base hit.
And I believe that's going to force a pitching change here, Joe.
The big question is, who's it going to be? Is Frenza coming back in?
I think so.
I'm not surprised. I had a feeling when Lou said the Dolphins had action in the bullpen that it was Frenza warming up again. Just a hunch. Now, Tracy sent Frenza back to the mound. Does that include a second strike on our tally for mound? Does the coach count? One
Not
might
sure.
say. I don't know. For those wondering, we make a point here on Sportsnet to always call it the circle. That's something that was instilled in me from day one here at softball. They would say, Foreman, it's the circle, not the mound. And that was always something I had to contend with. But if the dugout is okay with calling it the mound, then maybe I'm being too harsh.
Could be.
One might say.
You go off your instincts, it happens.
It's definitely instinctual. Nonetheless, Alexandra Frenza back in the game for the Dolphins. Ran into trouble back in the 4th, came out of the game. Anissa Acosta came in. TJ moves back to second base. Leila Aponte back to the dugout. And Frenza will look to protect a 1-run lead.
By the way, Joe, Frenza's coming back into the game. She left originally with 61 pitches and 35 of them were strikes.
Thanks for that, Lewis.
You're welcome, Joe.
That was a rhetorical thank you.
Thank you.
If he had said it like, or if I'd said it like that, that would have been priceless, as that's fouled back. Cami Poyer, the batter.
No comment.
Who has no comment.
Poyer 0 for 2 at the plate. She takes high.
Poyer, the go-ahead run at the plate.
One might say she's due, Nick.
One could say she is due.
That misses outside.
For the Dolphins, you hope she is not due.
Yes.
Double play ball would be phenomenal for them.
If you're a fan of CSI, you're thinking double play ball. If you're a fan of Molloy, you're thinking two-run homer. As that pitch sails high.
Friends are trying to find the strike zone here. Smith badly with her last two. The count now going to 3-1.
If you're Poyer, are you taking all the way here?
Yep.
And she does look at a strike.
I think you have to with the way the last two pitches were before that one.
In a one-run game, I would have said yes. In a two-run game, no way. Comes the 3-2. And that's it out to center. Carcano doesn't have to move much, and she makes the catch.
It's a big out number 2 there. CSI an out away from maintaining the lead.
Now batting, the pinch hitter number 2, Sherilyn Ducharme.
Well, we thought it was going to be Ducharme, but it's going to be a different pinch hitter. Actually, it'll be Emma Bachman staying in the game.
The left fielder number 7, Emma Bachman.
Bachman stays in the game. Just
Yes.
let Andrew know that Bachman's the right fielder, not the left fielder. Thank you, Lewis. Throw to second on the stolen base attempt. Goes into center field. Dolphins will throw to third now. And that's a risky throw because if that bounces past Moore, the game is tied.
Dolphins were not there on the throw down to second, and that led to the stolen base. And then because of the throw going into center field, it allowed the runner to go to third. And now a single here would tie the game.
And the 1-0 is on the corner for a strike. Bachman is 0 for 2. Fly out and strike out in 2 at-bats. This perhaps the biggest at-bat of the game so far, as Bachman takes up and away. Now, if Frenza doesn't get Bachman, Steph Conrad comes to the plate. You know the Dolphins don't want that.
You definitely do not want that, especially how she played in game number 1.
That's popped up. Andrew and Stephanie wanted no part of that one.
They got to be ready on that one.
I would have been leaping over the fence to catch it.
Yeah.
I don't think I would have needed to jump. I can reach over that fence.
To be fair, Steph does have the scoreboard, so she does have precious
Drop it. It's already broken. Here comes the 2-2. That's it out to right center. Long run for Whalen and Carcano, and that ball is down. The Dolphins' outfield was shifted, favoring left field, and because of that, Carcano and Whalen couldn't get there.
That's a big, unfortunate break there, and the game now tied.
I need to look at that again, Nick. Were they shifted is the question, and they were. No error, Lewis. No error. The previous play with the stolen base, 100% that's an error. And that's hit through the middle for a base hit. Bachman coming home. Throw to the plate is cut off, and the Lions take the lead.
Lions certainly getting some big-time hits late in this game. This is why we said, Joe, because of all the left on base the CSI has had in this game, you really need to take advantage and get those runs. And because they haven't, it's allowed the Lions to come back, and now they've regained the lead for the first time in this game.
Well, I said it before, Nick. You didn't want to face Conrad. She comes up with a runner in scoring position, comes through yet again. She's now trying to steal second, and she is safe.
Unfortunately for CSI, it's going bad to worse.
That was a tough break in center field that allowed the Lions to tie it. And that gave their best hitters a chance with a runner in scoring position. And once again, they come through. And we've said it all day, Nick. That's been the story. When the Lions have come to the plate in big spots, they've come through every time.
That's why the CSI need to take advantage of their opportunities. Unfortunately, they have not been able to. But fortunately for CSI, there's still 2 more innings left. So they'll have a chance to tie and potentially regain that lead. But the way this inning has gone for them, they really need to focus on trying to get this final out.
I think we're in for an exciting finish in this one, Nick.
I think we are.
It's been a back-and-forth game all day. As there's another chance for Carcano in center. And she's got it for the final out of the inning. But not before Molloy takes the lead. They score twice in the 6th. They now lead the Dolphins 5-4 as we head to break.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
And we are back for the bottom half of the 6th inning. Dolphins now trail by a run. And we are going to get a look at that go-ahead base hit, or I should say the game-tying hit for Molloy, as Carcano takes a called strike. Here's another look at it. You see the shift on for the slap hitter, the left-hand hitter at the plate. That was Bachman who delivered the game-tying hit. Carcano was way in, playing in shallow left center. She gave it a great run, but could not get to that ball in the right center field gap. And that allowed the Lions to tie the game.
A series of unfortunate events, but still a chance for CSI to win this game. Really could use a leadoff runner here. Count now going to 1-2.
Top of the order for the Dolphins. 1, 2, 3 due up here in the 6th. Dolphins have 6 outs to play with, trailing by 1. And the 1-2 is fouled back. Musa still in there for Molloy. Has worked through a lot of trouble in this game, but has limited the damage to 1 run. Carcano chops it to third. Throw in time. That's a nice play by Savage.
Savage was in on the play. There's a slow roller to third. Strong throw to first. Huge out number 1 for the Lions.
Anissa Acosta will be the batter. TJ 1 for 2 in this game. Was also hit by a pitch.
CSI really needing a big spark here. Costa were to get on. That could be the spark they need.
And that's hit hard. Back through the circle. Off the glove of Musa. Throw to first. Not in time.
Good hustle from Acosta on the play. Off the pitcher's glove. A strong throw to first base. Was not in time. Now Funston coming up as the go-ahead run.
There you get a look at that last play once again. Off of Musa's glove. King and McGurk closing in, but not in time. Amelia Funston is the batter. Funston is 2 for 3 in this game. And she hits one to second. Acosta is tagged out. And Funston is Doubled off at first. She's out. Thought she was out, but Amelia was hanging around first base.
I think Tracy is I think the call on the field was that Costa went off of the base length, or the base pass, I should say. So I don't think she got tagged out, Joe. So, unfortunate double play for the Dolphins. Alliance now will look to add to their lead as we go to the top of the 7th.
That sends us to another break. Dolphins trail by 1, entering the final inning.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor.
It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
Carson Eaton will lead things off from Molloy in the 7th inning as the Lions look for some insurance. Dolphins hope to keep this deficit right where it is and come to bat, trailing by just a run in the 7th. First pitch from Frenza popped up. Foul territory on the infield, and Noth has it for out number 1.
Nice one pitch, one out to start the top of the 7th. CSI trying to keep this a 1-run deficit going into the bottom of the inning.
Emily McGurk will be the batter. McGurk is 1 for 2 with an RBI, has also drawn a walk. She's ahead in the count here, 1-0.
Had an unusual ending to the previous half inning on that double play ball. As the umpire ruled, the Costa was off.
That ball's hit well, but right at Carcano.
She did not have to move on that one. Allowed out number 2. And if your friends are now a huge out here, gives your team a chance to potentially tie or win the game in the bottom of the 7th. So needs to focus again this final out here.
You were saying, Nick, the call at second was that Acosta was out of the baseline. There was a brief discussion about it after the inning was over, but to no avail. And on replay, we checked it out during the break. I didn't think she left the baseline.
Didn't look like it from here.
I thought she rotated her body, but she didn't leave the baseline. That's still a rather subjective call. And the infield umpire definitely had the best angle. King ahead 2-0 here, and she takes ball 3.
If you're friends, you do not want to give the Lions any hope of potential insurance runs. Really needs to get this final out here. But as you said, Joe, behind it in the count 3-0.
That's a 4-pitch walk.
Now batting, the first baseman, number 12, Katie Hand.
That will bring Katie Hand to the plate. And behind 0-1 here. In this game, Hand is 0 for 2, has walked and struck out. That's hit well to left, but Hand got under it. And Mockery makes the catch for the final out of the inning. We head to the bottom half of the 7th. The Dolphins trail by 1 run. 3 outs left to play with.
Kettle Black on Staten Island. A top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine Magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Home 7th inning getting started from the CSI Softball Complex. Dolphins trail by 1 run down to their final 3 outs, looking to salvage a game in the 4-game season series against Molloy University. Lions won big in Game 1 earlier today. The Dolphins had the lead in this game as Eileen Balderas fouls that pitch back.
Balderas was responsible for giving CSI their early lead with that 3-run homer in the bottom of the first inning. Could really use her to get on base to lead off the inning here as the Dolphins try to potentially tie this game or walk it off for the win.
Dolphins jumped ahead 3-0. The Lions tied it. The Dolphins led 4-3. They now trail 5-4 as Balderas looks at ball 1. 4, 5, and 6 due up for CSI. Balderas, Moore, and Noth. Natalie Musa still in there for the line. She's pitched very well, has worked through a lot of trouble, but has given her team a chance. Allowed so far just 1 run and has gotten 5 runs of support from the Molloy Bats.
Has a chance here to get the win. She's able to record the final 3 outs of this game.
Balderas ahead 2-1, and that's popped up just beyond the infield. McGurk gets turned around a bit, but she makes the catch, and there's 1 away.
Now batting the third baseman, number 23, Liz Moore.
That will bring Elizabeth Moore to the plate. Moore is 1 for 3. First pitch on its way. There's a swing and a miss for strike 1. Comes the 0-1. And that's to the right side. Hit slowly. Glove flip by King is in time, and there are quickly 2 away.
King has been great defensively in this game for the Lions. And then 1 out away for a big-time come-from-behind win to sweep this doubleheader.
Dolphins down to their final out. Natalia Noth at the plate. Looking for her first hit of the game. She's 0 for 3. And Noth looks at strike 1.
Dolphins looking for some 2-out magic here. I'll try to get on base.
Comes the 0-1. That misses away. That ball gets away into center field. And Conrad will jog it back. Not the only Dolphin starter without a hit today. Dolphins have 4 players with multiple hits in this game. Acosta, Funston, Balderas, and Mayer. That's chopped foul. Dolphins now down to their final strike.
North needing to protect the plate here.
1-2 the count. Moose's pitch on its way. And that misses outside.
Cannot afford to chase at anything here. Trying to find a good pitch to keep this game going for the Dolphins.
2-2 the count now on the Dolphins' first baseman. And that is swung on and missed for strike 3. As Molloy comes from behind to beat the Dolphins in Game 2. They take the win over CSI 5-4.
This one is going to sting a lot, Joe, as the Dolphins was a heartbreaker 5-4 in this in Game 2 of this doubleheader. Molloy now sweeping the series in this season, and it's really, really big for the Dolphins now. If they lose this one, they're going to have to do a lot of work down the stretch of the season. They're going to have any hopes to make the playoffs.
That work starts on Friday. A win against Molloy would have gone a long way for the Dolphins toward securing a potential tiebreaker with D'Youville. D'Youville has a win against Molloy this year, so if the Dolphins don't win one of the two games on Friday, a tiebreaker would go to Molloy, or I should say would go to D'Youville if Molloy finishes in first. That's looking very far ahead, but right now, that's the kind of things we have to look at as the season winds down toward the final 3 weeks. The Dolphins really needed to hold on and win this game in terms of potential tiebreaker with the Saints. They can't do so, but they will have another opportunity on Friday to earn that tiebreaker with a win in just one of the two games against the Saints.
Well, they're going to need to fix some of the stuff they did on the base pad today. They had left 8 runners on base in this game, had a lot of chances to increase their lead. Unfortunately, they were not able to increase the lead. They had the big wild pitch, and that's really the wild pitch, the difference of this game, unfortunately, for CSI. They out-hit the Lions 12-8, but they lose this one 5-4. Just a really unfortunate game for CSI, and like we've said, they'll need to do a lot of work down the stretch of the season and have any hope of making the postseason this year.
Well, the Dolphins needed to hit better with runners on base. As you said already, Nick, they really struggled in both games hitting with runners on. Molloy, it just seemed time and time again, they had the bases loaded, had a runner or two in scoring position, came through with those hits in big spots, and today that was ultimately the difference. Looking ahead for the Dolphins, they are back in action tomorrow. They take on Adelphi University at 2 p.m. on the road. They will then be on the road again on Friday, taking on D'Youville University in Buffalo. The Dolphins really need to win one of those two games in terms of a potential tiebreaker. We've talked about that several times already today. The next time the Dolphins are home will be 1 week from today, next Tuesday, against Queens College.